Not fun day. Not ton day. No, my friends, it's Monday! Fuck yeah, Monday, woo. No, Monday, we don't like Monday. But you know what? We're positive, right? We're positive. What was that? We're positivity today? It's positivity today, folks. It's Monday. I mean, we'll do what we can. Okay? At least on Mondays, we get to talk about stuff. That's what I love about it. I got Toes Gang still populated over here. I did not clear off the board because I love you guys. Saturday was crazy. That streamathon was freaking nuts, guys. We played. I just want everybody to realize we played in the same shard on Star Citizen for 19 hours. Not crazy for most games, but for Star Citizen, especially after the launch of 4.0, the fact that I don't think we encountered a single error, a server error. We encountered plenty of errors. We did not encounter, I think, a single server error. We didn't crash out to desktop. The servers didn't crash. To be quite honest, I don't think our frame rate ever really dropped off even. That was just, in general, one of the more impressive shows of Star Citizen not being terrible. I'm not going to say it worked. It still had, I mean, how many freaking contracts did we just have to walk away from? But in terms of like streamathons, I think that's the most stable that we've ever had it. Usually I don't even go that long. Usually we're like 12 hours, 15 hours. That was just surprising that worked out. So that's good news for Star Citizen in terms of stability. Things are clearly getting better, but I do think that we ran into far too many things that day for it to be fun. And the whole age-old question of like, should people jump into the game? I don't think that's a good sign that people should jump in. I just think it's a good sign that the people who already have won't suffer as much. And we like that. No suffering. I actually think there's a lot more though from like the tutorial and gameplay kind of perspective that they need to do before people can jump in. But that is what it looks like they're doing in 4.1.1. Sorry, leak stuff. I'm excited to talk about that. I'm just waiting for them to say something about it before we get into a whole deep dive here on the stream. But they're definitely building in, you know, your little, what is it? What is it? What is the word? Crutch? No, like something to prop up newcomers. The opposite. Oh, handicap. No, the opposite of a handicap. Whatever. I was thinking like a walker, like an old man walker. Welcome in, chatters. Early birds, Maverick, of course, I see you. Hazgaha, though, is in here early dancing. I'm a little stuffed up still. You guys can probably hear it. I'm a bit nasally. Turns out we had COVID. So, not necessarily allergies. Kind of getting over that right now. Echo, good to see you in chat, dude. Hope you're doing well. It's okay you missed the streamathon. That's fine. We're living life. We're all busy. We're doing things. Ruzy, welcome in. Vasson, good to see you. Arcadia Born, Nasty Master. Hello to y'all. Vasson, Dance Master, good to see you, dude. PK, my man, dude, right up here on the list. Mrs. Tomato, the true dance conductor, though. Gamma Ray, welcome in, dude. Saint Vega, Greg. Good to see you all here today. Shifty. Daryl. I just hear Mrs. Tomatoes just yelling things out. Dance Masters Vastin. Relinquished. Oh yeah, I also had to like switch my hands around. That was funny. Oh, a hype train started. Dude, did Echo just single-handedly start a hype train? How did you do that? Are you hacking? Well, thank you. Ow, God! Ah, okay! Hey, nobody even said anything! Ah!
But Echo hadn't
No, you can't just shoot me.
Echo, look. We've got Jeff.
She got a new gun.
Its name is Jeff.
And so because you weren't here, I had to get... We just cleaned it all up. Thanks, Echo. Hello, Taryn. How's it going? Steak and Simortis. Scissor Fuzz. Minty Fizz. These are fun names. Moon Man. No. 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 They're just loving it too much. No, you guys don't love Jeff. Enough of that. You know, we have another thing that you guys will be able to redeem for soon. It's going to be spontaneous popcorn on the stream. Okay, how about that, huh? That's way better than me getting shot, right? Don't we want to make popcorn together? Imagine you guys work hard and raise some bits or points or whatever, and then we get to make some popcorn here on the stream. Way better than getting shot.
For you.
I need to get one of those sound effects, ding, so I can make a winky face and ding and stuff. All right, who came here for like ships and news and Star Citizen stuff? Is that what you're into? Can I win you over with that if I say new spaceship? We got a couple new spaceship releases coming up. But we already covered the Paladin. I don't think we need to go back over that. We covered that. That's on Space Tomato 2. The other one, the one that I wasn't really thinking was going to be an Invictus Week ship, but I guess it makes sense. I mean, it makes sense that... honestly, I thought this would release at a different time from Invictus. No leaks today. Not doing leaks. I mean, I might insinuate some leaks with what's being covered, but that doesn't mean I'm covering the leaks. Okay? We don't talk about leaks. You have one of them. One of them what? Nerf guns? Gigantic Nerf guns? Oh, the popcorn maker. Yeah, I haven't used it yet, but I love popcorn. What's up, Saints? Okay. Let's get started for the day. We are going to talk about the Starlancer TAC. So, I was not originally that interested in this ship when it was first shown, but it grew on me as soon as I like read deeper into it. I kind of tune out the when you go back to Star Citizens. Oh, this is the wrong. I'm not gonna fall for this today. I'm not gonna fall for it today. Dang it. Why is it so hard to find their YouTube channel? I can't just type in Star Citizen. Can I just type in Star Citizen? Does it show up? No, it does not. Ah, it does. Cool. So if you go back to their CitizenCon videos, they always have these segments with the ships,
but again, just
which I love, but I always tune out like these
garages,
parts a lot,
board.
which I shouldn't. That's really irresponsible, especially if I'm trying to cover it like the next day. It's just the specific numbers never really get me because they almost always change over time. It's just kind of the general vibe that they're supposed to be giving you. Case in point, the freaking Galaxy, when they tried to say it wasn't going to be base build. And so I don't really pay that much attention to this part. I kind of, I watch it, but I'm generally thinking about whatever it was we just watched. But when I came back and rewatched this segment, which we're about to do, I realized this is the ideal quest running ship in Star Citizen. I mean, if you got a bigger group, you could go with something bigger. But in terms of what the gameplay I generally do on when I'm playing, which is like going around, kind of looting, getting into some FPS firefights, exploring and collecting stuff, I think I might actually start to consider settling on this ship It seems like a really good three to like 7 or 8 person ship for running raids, for exploration, for finding mission givers, even for doing a little bit of like light cargo running in these larger events that we get running. This thing's pretty promising. But enough about me talking about it. Let's take a little look at the details real quick. Those ones that I just said change all the time. They call it a medium-sized patrol vessel. Created by MISC, this ship has been engineered for operations in deep space, is equipped with substantial armament, 8 jump seats, medical beds, and a dedicated hangar for a snub ship. Combines offensive capability, crew comfort, and operational versatility. It kind of reminds me of a smaller M2 a little bit, but even more so, it's like a mini Carrack. And the med beds are really the big kicker here. That's such a huge benefit to have 2 med beds and a hangar. You're gonna start, you could leave this thing in orbit and fly down to a planet. Because maybe there will be planets with higher gravities where you don't want to take a ship this big down into orbit because it costs you less. You can't do that with something like an M2 or, I don't know, a lot of things this size, even a 600i kind of thing. And that's going to be valuable. On top of that, then, it's also a respawn point. You can heal people up so you can run different missions. You can run rescue missions. Just a lot of options. It's got okay components, I think. These will always change, so I wouldn't pay too much attention to components, but it's got a size 3 large power plant. They call it large, it's size 3. Size 3 cooler, 2 size 3 shield generators. Got plenty of thrusters and all that jazz. This isn't super important to you. But it says it's got VTOL thrust. I am not entirely sure if that means proper VTOL thrust that meant for gravity, in which case you don't need a runabout for something like this, but that would also be useful for something this big to have VTOL thrusters. I didn't know that. And then you got the guns, which are really the important part. That's what we're going to be talking about after the video. So let me give you a look at what they've said so far about this ship. T-Sims, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you with the Prime. It got regular beds. Gumbo, do you mind shooting that link over on Discord or messaging it over to Miss Tomato or something, and we'll get it up? I am going to cover Falling Frontier. That'll be later today. Glad you liked the video on server meshing. It was a good talk. You can fit all 6 of the quick cargo missions on one side for a fast 300k payout. Oh, on the Max? Yeah, so if you know the Starlancer Max, you know a lot of the Starlancer TAC, but this thing's got a couple of, you can see, big differences. If you uninstalled the game in 2023, I'll say that the game is better now, but it's probably still not going to be satisfying to you. I'd wait. I think this ship is going to be your next. It's beautiful and deadly. It is very deadly. Almost all the situations that I find myself in Star Citizen, I would like to have a ship like this. At least when I'm in a group, which usually I'm not, so. All right. Let's listen more in on what this thing is looking to offer. Sorry about that.
So introducing the Starlancer TAC. So like I say, this is designed to be a bit more aggression into the verse. So I think the first thing you're going to notice is the dual manned size 5 turrets. Now these give much better kind of broadside coverage from any of the other variants.
Let's be frank here. This is a very sales oriented pitch, so we'll need to kind of cut through the speak to just get the basics of what the ship stands for. But this ship is likely going to be released at Invictus, so we'll probably be seeing it officially acknowledged or put on the progress tracker or something like that in the next 9 days, probably next week. They will acknowledge that this thing is coming soon. Maybe.
And then on top, we also have like a dedicated hangar that has been specifically designed to fit a Mirai Fury inside. And I'm sure we will see plenty of other ships try to be fitted inside.
Successful
yeah,
or not.
yeah, we'll see. And I think John's going to run you through the interior now.
So yeah, let's have a look over the TAC from outside to in. So this is the TAC in its default paint, so sort of military drab gray.
Look at that thing, man. That is uggo. I love it. I think this is the closest they get. No, not this. The BLD. This is like the closest they ever got to Serenity in Star Citizen. So far, in my opinion. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with the TAC, what it looks like on the inside.
So this is the TAC in its default paint, so sort of military drab gray. Then internally, obviously Ben talked about the size 5 turrets. Then we have some drop seats behind, and these are on a deployable ramp, so you can do some ground assault. They will drop out, down. If you're doing a bit of ground assault, chances are someone's probably going to get injured, so there is an onboard medical facility directly behind there with 2 Tier 3 medical beds.
See, that's how big a deal it is. People are literally clapping. Like, it says, I don't know. We'll have to see if it's a trend, them putting more and more medical beds into ships. Honestly, makes me wonder what is the gameplay that they're looking for with the Apollo.
Upstairs, obviously, there's the Fury hangar. Behind that is engineering. And then forward of the hangar is the refactored habitation and metal area, which is specific to the TAC, just because there's so much other stuff crammed in there. We had to redo the upstairs of it, basically, to fit that in. And we'll go over the more normal layout shortly.
OK, so yeah, to sum up, I think the TAC's obviously going to bring a lot more firepower from the other variants. Its shield's been boosted up to two size 3 shield generators. It's got the med bay with the Tier 3 med beds, drop seats, it's got a hangar, and it's still able to carry up to 96 STU of cargo. And you can secure yours today by going to play.se/Starlancer TAC.
More med beds won't be bad once only T2 and T1 are the only ones that can respawn. Have they clarified that that's going to be the case, though? I think everybody's a little bit confused on what Star Citizen is supposed to be doing in terms of respawns at this point. Like, CIG's being a little all over the place about it. Like, I'm pretty sure we all think that respawning, I think actually they have mentioned that respawning takes resources, like in the lore, but they still haven't talked about that in terms of features or design or anything, yet they are working on the Apollo. So that's kind of like every time we get into a discussion about medical beds, it feels like we're talking about a subject that has been decided behind closed doors, but hasn't been told to us for, I don't know, fear that we're going to gnash teeth, or it just hasn't been figured out and they're designing a ship around it. And that would be more frustrating. So I don't really know. I don't know what to think when ships have medical beds, other than it's going to be a big benefit in some way. So go Starlancer TAC. mean, we already know what this ship looks like. That's the Starlancer Max, I believe. Because, yeah, the Max has the light on the front. So, I mean, that's mostly what we know about the TAC so far. It's a very combat-oriented ship. It's got engineering bay. So, like, if you are part of a crew, that's why I say it's 3 to 8. There's obviously, this ship is plenty capable with just a few people. 1 pilot, 2 gunners down here on the bottom with the big guns. That's the real effective part of the ship. And then I think a co-pilot is captaining one of these turrets up here. So with 4 people, you have very good combat capability. 5 people, you have probably another co-pilot up here that can do something. 6 people, you got a dedicated engineer in the back who's running the components and shields and stuff. 7 people, you got somebody who can pilot your snub ship in the middle of combat who can also help. 8 people, that's me, I'm chilling on the couch. I'm just hanging out, talking to everybody while they're fighting. But like, not everybody has to be fighting on a ship. Even if you have 8 people and you go out and do what this ship is specialized in, which is like, almost feels like ground superiority with the downward facing turrets, but something, anything. It would definitely be perfectly fine for other people to be on board not doing stuff because you're just going to other ships. Border repulsion? Yeah, I mean, sure. Crew. Ground crew. You got a bunch of jump seats down here. You're going to a distribution center. You're going to drop some people off. I think this is just a really well-equipped ship, and it's super scalable. We also don't know what direction they're going to go in with physics while the ship's moving around. It's pretty funny right now that you can get thrown off your feet, but I think they need to have like handholds on the ship and other stuff that allow you to stand and not get thrown around. But also they need to have something that does require you to not just be willy-nilly while the ships are doing crazy maneuvers. Do I have any opinion or insight on the Apollo Medivac? Covered that a couple weeks ago. If you check out Space Tomato 2, maybe somebody can link the video. We did a bit of a deep dive on the Apollo with everything we know. Is TAC short for tactical or is it an acronym? Tactile. It stands for tactile bullets. Haptic feedback. The beds give the TAC an advantage over other dropships without the beds. Theoretically, it could stay on station longer to provide the respawns. Yeah, but this is a big dropship. This feels like an orbital dropship. Maybe that's gonna stay down, you know, in atmosphere. Gravity boots tied to the life support is an interesting one. Could be, I mean, we're going to have gravity systems you can control. Ground assault. Yeah, I mean, this thing's going to be great for these outpost takeover missions we've been doing in Pyro. You know, they're super small scaled right now. Look at how much they want to try and grow the scale of the game. I don't think that the Hathor locations are even close to the largest scale sandbox things in the game that will exist. Even going past Pyro, looking at Nyx, looking at Terra, there are going to be ground locations that definitely call for weird assaults and weird approaches. I think this also has space for a vehicle back here, so yeah, you're good to go with this shit, man. That being said, there's always got to be something to hold it back. There's got to be balancing done to make sure that it has its downsides. Size is definitely a big one here. I'm betting speed and just component vulnerability will also kind of catch this thing off guard. Obviously, with the big turrets and the big ship, you might have a lot of power draw. So we'll see how this thing is balanced when it comes to engineering, specifically in combat. But overall, I think this is going to be a really powerful ship when it comes to like small group gameplay, small to medium sized group gameplay. You bought the TAC and the Paladin, trying to find the ideal ship for a crew of 3 to 5. I think the Paladin's going to be better for 3 to 5 than the TAC. The TAC seems like it'd be fine with 3 to 5, but it feels more suited to 6 to 8. Do I think the Valkyrie should have T3 beds now? No. No, I think the Valkyrie probably shouldn't have tier 3 beds. I don't think any dropship has tier 3 beds. I mean, I don't consider this a dropship. I know it has the drop seats. It's a bit big though.
Out, down. If you're doing a bit of ground assault, chances are someone's probably going to get injured. So there is an onboard medical facility directly behind there with 2 tier 3 medical beds.
Yeah, see, I don't think it's the excuse that, oh, you're doing ground assault, somebody's going to get injured, because most of these dropships are doing that. And I think you're starting to kind of impede medics a little bit the more and more you put medical beds on just any ship willy-nilly. Yeah, a couple outliers are okay. That's the whole point, right? This thing's got an outlying advantage of medical beds. It's probably going to have an outlying disadvantage of something else. Balance. I feel like Morpheus has probably said something about that. Can't remember it though. What I'm actually really interested in what's going to happen with the oh man, what is the name of that? The Legionnaire. In the name of all this like ground assault and drop ship sort of development,
Both sides.
this ship is the one that I'm like, okay, so how does this dropship fit into the whole spectrum of things? Obviously, this is the only boarding ship we have so far, but as a dropship, how is it going to match up? Is that back cargo bay larger than on the Max? I doubt it. I mean, there's no way this thing carries more than the Max. Oh, it carries 90 SCU of cargo. The Max carries 96 plus 128. So it's the same size. They just don't give you that central cargo hauling. What are the odds that the Drake looking silhouette is a Reliant rework? I don't think high. That's a very extreme rework for the Reliant. They don't usually go that far. Yeah, more mobile fob. Legionnaire isn't a dropship at all. Laser focused on a boarding ship on spaceborne assaults. Well, I mean, you say that, but it be dropping here. Did you get some proper rest? Oh, we got well rested, my friend. It was a good sleep. That was a whew. And the sleep passed over too. It rolled over. Mrs. Tomato is a moving sleeper. Sometimes I gotta wear helmets sometimes, but she slept like a dead person last night. Her words. Shouldn't we get Intrepid variants? I mean, that'd be cool. I like the Intrepid. I don't know if there's much variant potential. Well, let's see what they say about this ship. Because, you know, concept art lies. I mean, it doesn't lie, but it definitely misleads. They be showing you the raft, and it's like on an attack run. Let's see.
The Legionnaire is our new ship.
it's a.
This is,
it's
for
a
the
board.
record, this is just a tangent, guys. This ship is not coming anytime soon. They have a few things to work on before this. In fact, this was on the Silhouette video of 2023 before they realized, oh, hacking needs more help. Hacking needs more gameplay. In fact, I could probably find the place where they said this is delayed. So this is not going to be coming out soon, but they do seem to have some want to get it out eventually-ish, like in the midterm future. So this might, I don't know. Hacking's a really weird case. It's like salvage back in 2020. You just couldn't really tell what the heck was going on with it. But anyways, here's the Legionnaire. This is a boarding ship mainly, but also it seems a drop ship kind of thing.
It's essentially for a hostile takeover. I think this is a very sort of iconic looking ship.
It is.
We did some
It is. Halo, Aliens. Yeah.
really cool stuff in like the experimental phase. We had like sort of crazy arms and things that could basically sort of latch onto ships. But I mean, ultimately, because you've got to take into account all the other ships that are in the universe that can be boarded, you kind of have to come up with a really sort of simple universal system, which is kind of why on this Legionnaire it is such a simple mechanic, essentially.
You just
The Legionnaire
sticking
fills
your little
a gap in our lineup
thing into the other ship.
for both more lawful and less lawful careers where you need to take charge of another person's ship.
See, people are thinking about this in terms of PvP. But you gotta remember that, okay, there's two things to remember actually. First is that combat doesn't mean PvP. And this would be, they could set up so many different, I mean, what am I talking about? The 890 jump boarding mission, this could be the sole ship that can do that. Otherwise, you'd have to EVA and put like a breach charge on the door or something. This could be the sole ship that allows you to do that much more quickly, and they could have missions like that all over the place. I don't think there's a lack of need for a ship like this. I just think they're struggling on getting the hacking gameplay fleshed out. And I think engineering needs to be in the game before they can really test hacking anyways. The whole point of this is this ship allows you to hack into another ship's systems to both accept a docking request that you've given, so they can't deny it and their ship is forced to dock with you, but B, also take control of their engineering systems, gravity, life support, power, thrusters, that kind of stuff. The other thing to remember with ships like this is that these aren't just meant for us. Everything that they make for this game is also going to be NPC made, so this is another way that, say, a mission like 890 boarding jump mission can have reinforcements show up. While you're in the middle of a mission, a Legionnaire shows up and boards docks with the 890 jump. Or you go out on an NPC ship and you're running an engineering mission, and in the middle of that mission, a Legionnaire from pirates docks with the ship and you have to fight them off. Like, there's a lot they could do with this ship outside of just having people go board each other and do PvP.
Traditional flow for ship-to-ship docking is the person who wants to dock to the other ship requests it from the parent ship, and it's on the parent ship's pilot to accept or deny that, whereas the Legionnaire has onboard hacking abilities using the hacking minigame to perhaps forcibly override that acceptance and allowing it.
Okay, let's be super specific. He said perhaps forcibly override, so that was wrong. Don't quote me.
To happen instead. For players that are on the lawful side, its prime use is bounty hunting. For those perhaps with more military focus, it is like Anvil's dedicated military boarding ship. And for those on the other side of the spectrum, piracy is its main role. So you are there able to attach and board other ships and
I love
take
this picture.
their crew, goods, or
You concept art might lie, but I am going to make sure, even if they don't release one, I'm going to make a freaking book out of these for a coffee table because they're so good. Thank you, concept artists.
So that's the Anviled Legionnaire. Looking forward to this one because it's a ship that appeals to both sides of the law. It brings with it a new side to an existing gameplay loop or existing gameplay loops. It expands upon them, and it's something that I know a lot of players have been waiting for a long time, is that the ability to board other ships forcibly, because it takes away that safety a lot of players have at the moment, where I'm safe on my ship, no one's coming on here without destroying me. So people are really going to have to start thinking twice when these things hit the persistent universe.
This also combines with the idea that we don't blow up ships anymore, and they will be disabled. Now, I don't know how exactly that's going to work, because at some point there needs to be some indication that a ship is just completely out of the fight. So maybe soft death will always be a thing alongside component failure, alongside hull damage. But this sort of ship is really important to consider when you do consider that most of the time ships won't be blowing up anymore. And if somebody does have a grudge against you and they want you dead, they might not be able to just keep shooting your ship. They might have to board you. How big is this compared to, say, the Terrapin? Let's check it out. It's bigger. I think it's like 40 meters, 32 meters long. Terrapin is got to be around 25 meters long, maybe. Same company, so similar designs. You can see that central circular motif on top. Let's see what the Terrapin's looking like. Yeah, also the Paladin. Like, Anvil has a lot of ships that look really similar in this size range. The Terrapin's 20 meters. Now, what about the Paladin? Paladin is 53. So, yeah, but you can still tell it's coming from that same company. Anvil makes great designs. Although the Paladin's a lot higher gunned than the Legionnaire. Clearly this thing's meant more for assault, while this thing is meant more for just getting people places. I mean, look at that gun up there compared to this thing. It's like, this is one of these. That's insane. Easiest way to forcibly dock is to distort down the target ship so they're stuck for 3 to 5 minutes. But how do you get them to open the doors? I wonder if just shooting the doors with the ship weapon will work. Legionnaire has fewer turrets. Probably. This thing's got 4 turrets on it. It's got... No, this thing translates. So it's got 3 turrets on it, plus the pilot guns. This one's got 2 turrets on it. Doesn't look like it has any pilot guns. I could see them being paired up. We do have the cutting tool. Exactly, though. There's the trade-off. If you can't do the hacking with the ship, you have to get out of the ship and cut open the door. Unless they let us shoot open the doors. But there's the difference between having this ship and having the Paladin. You never have to risk your own body in this case. Whereas if you're in a possibly combat scenario, that's a lot of time. When you're boarding a ship especially, like if you're running a mission in Star Citizen where you're boarding a ship that probably has reinforcements on the way, you probably have some kind of timer. The difference between being able to hack the ship open and board straight from your ship versus getting out of your ship, floating to the door and cutting it open is probably actually going to make a difference if they're making their missions well. Like if they're taking these things into the account as they design stuff. But we've seen that actually. The 890 jump boarding mission has a timer. And if you take too long to get in there, you fail that mission. So I don't think that's out of the realm of possibilities. Unless the ship has a special cutting laser. Well, I mean, then that sounds like a competitor to the Legionnaire. Haven't talked about the Asgard. There's no information officially about that yet. Recon set the Liberator into a capital class carrier. I think they are going to have to grow the Liberator. Gotta say, I'm surprised, but also not surprised that we didn't see that for the launch of Pyro. Hey, Maximus. Welcome into the chat. All this is great, but you need an emergency get out of the seat animation to do a lot of this. The time it takes to get out of the seat is pretty long. They've talked about that. God knows where they talked about that, but they've actually talked about the idea of being able to maybe hold down the button, I think, or double tap the button or something, but having two different animations for the enter and exit animations for both getting into single seat ships and also getting in and out of your pilot seat. So you could do one rushed or one normal speed. That was back in the day though. That was like 2018, 2019 time. Does Liberator not have drones? No. Liberator doesn't have drones. The Crucible will probably have drones though. I'm betting they're gonna go drone direction for all things repair and refuel. At least from the ship perspective. Because it's still a player controlling the drone. Actually, no. They've probably changed that. That's what it was when the Vulcan first was shown off. But it's probably going to be some level of automated now because they've linked in base building. No updates on the Ironclad. So many ships we won't see for 10 plus years? I don't think so. If you look at the backlog, there's definitely not 10 plus years of ships left for them to deliver, even if they were still doing straight to flyables. Their ship team is way bigger than it was before. And they're actually getting gameplay into the game now. So some of these ships start to make more sense. Like something like the player shops for base building, once that's in the game, they can start to consider the things like the Kraken Privateer and the Banu Merchantman. In fact, let's check out the backlog. This is always an interesting one. The ship backlog continues, as it always does. What is the Colonial Movers? Great folks. They track the backlog pretty closely and post about it pretty regularly. Let's see when their last post was though. 7 days ago, good timing. Here is the ship backlog as of 4.1 tracked from 2016 to 2025. If anything, ships is what they have the largest incentive to push out. Yeah. Yeah, it's not about the concepts that they need to release. It's about all the updates they got to do to release ships. But like, look at how many ships are. Why is it so low quality? What's up? Reddit, what are you doing? Okay. Reddit, what's wrong with you? All right, I guess we're just gonna. It's a tariff. Oh God. Okay, so this is the 4.1 player ship list. Red ships are unavailable. Black ships are available. Percentage of ships currently flyable is 79%. So there are a total of 211. 167 of them are currently accessible to players. That is 89 out of 119 ships in total, or sorry, of specific unique models. 77 out of 91 variants. They're doing better, and I think one of the big things that they're doing better at is releasing straight to flyable ships rather than concepts, which just makes sense over time. Obviously, it's easier to find concept artists earlier and be able to make more concepts. It took them a long time to be able to get the ship pipeline into a good place where they could reliably create and deliver models. For such a long time, I would say from the 2016 to 2020 era, maybe the 2021 time period, a lot of this was concept art. Now, a lot of which we have in our hands, but their ship team was like in the just a couple dozen, I think, not really that many. And really, they didn't have gameplay to launch their ships with. They didn't have prescribed ways of making that gameplay. It's like their teams were not where they are now. We can watch them develop a feature over the course of a year or two and see the people talk about it on Star Citizen Live and then watch it get put into PTU. Back then, it would be like the engineer would talk about it on Around the Verse, and then it would disappear for a couple of years. Then it'd show up on a monthly report, and then it'd disappear for a couple of years, and then maybe something else would be said about it. But they definitely didn't have a good flow of making the features that would support these kinds of ships back then. So I think a lot of them just released and then were just sitting around waiting. Now they seem like they focus a lot more on releasing stuff and making stuff based on an actual schedule. Not a schedule we like by any means, but a schedule they can somewhat keep. And let's be honest, it's probably the only one that CIG really truly 100% sticks to. But they do. No, they don't. 85% of the time. We were just talking about the Legionnaire, but they've been doing better at ships. Now, they still release ships not fully complete. Throw that caveat in there. They still release ships with broken gameplay support, and they still release concepts occasionally. So it's not all sunshine and dandelions and frogs that don't shut up at night, but it's better. We'll give it that. Finish the concepts though. No, the problem with finishing the problem with releasing the ships that are listed here, I would say almost all of these except for the hull series, the G12. I think besides that, any of these ships getting released, okay, and the Javelin and the Idris, any of these other ships getting released would end up with just a huge rework later on. Or it would end up with them forcing some kind of gameplay to fit the ship and ruin the gameplay itself. You know for a fact if they released the Vulcan before they figured out drones, we'd have a rework of the Vulcan later on. Same could probably be said about the Endeavor, which is a massive modular ship. The Genesis Starliner is going to have passenger transport. They don't have passenger transport working. We've talked about that before, but what are you going to do? The Crucible, probably going to end up getting drones. I highly doubt that one would not see a rework if it released now. Banner Merchantmen, same thing as the Kraken Privateer. We don't have player shops, so they don't know how the ingress and egress of NPCs and players will work to come and shop on your ship. So they got to wait for that one. The Expanse needs to do refining. We don't have refining. How big are the refiners going to be? How does the refining intake get made if now they're redesigning some of the mining stuff for the Golem? Well, the what is it? The other freaking mining ship. Prospector. The Prospector also looks different. So you could just pick them apart. Kraken needs to carry ships. Ranger needs two-wheeled physics. Raylan needs specific cargo pods. The Odyssey needs deep space scanning. And whatever is going to come with that, probably drones. I think it also has refining. Liberator's got to carry vehicles just like the Kraken. Legionnaire needs its hacking and boarding. Galaxy needs its modularity. We don't even... The UTV is definitely one that we would want. I don't know what's going on with that one. The Arastra needs its engineering, I would imagine. That one mainly... Does the Arastra have refining? That might be refining that holds that back. That's also a new concept, though. I think they're going to let that one sit for a little bit. Paladin is a combat ship. That's why we're seeing it come into the game right now, because it's not going to get held back like that. Ironclad is a cargo hauling ship. That's why we're seeing it being worked on. And yeah, that's most of the list. The Orion is in need of large-scale mining. Arastra has refining. So, as far as the backlog goes, of course, the Apollo. How could I forget? We just talked about that. They are working on the Apollo, so that's why this is like the one ship. This is the main confusing point of CIG's current production. They're not talking about medical, but they are working on the Apollo. All of these other ships we just looked at, they're not working on because they have gameplay that holds them back. So the story of the Apollo is going to be a real interesting one later this year. They have more little slides here, Colonial Movers. They have an Oregon game, by the way, if you want to join them. This just kind of breaks down a little bit more how the ships are being delivered and which ones they still need to do. This one, I think, is a pretty good representation. It shows how much it's just capital ships that are really holding them back. The large ships are at 57%, but everything else, 100% on snubs, 98 on small ships, and 81 on medium ships is actually a pretty decent amount of ships delivered for the majority of players. Most people aren't going to be using capital ships, so you know, they have work to do, but they're mainly on larger ships, which is good. What do I think the next major gameplay loop to be introduced will be? Base building. Base building or engineering. Yeah, the gold standard is the real. That's the real pain of these ships. It's no longer the backlog. But we'll see. They're really building out their ship team. Like, maybe they kind of anticipate this is going to be a big piece of people hours over the next 5 years. Because I think their ship team's more than 50 people strong now. Base building before crafting needed for building blocks. They've shown more base building than crafting. I don't think it makes a lot of sense either, but if you go back to where they were showing us their base building, we already were seeing a developer version of this stuff, right? Now, a lot of this is probably not. This isn't our UI. This isn't game ready. This is probably a very closed environment. It's not to say this is a finished sort of situation, but it's clearly a dev build. They have some level of functionality and reactivity where they can do stuff. So they had something going on with base building back in November. If we go back to the February monthly report, we'll see that in February, they got the same thing happening for crafting. So I do think they're a little bit behind base building besides crafting. Here they said, regarding crafting, the core feature is now playable using the developer UI, including the use of blueprints, variable material quality, crafting timers, and resource-dependent item stats. They didn't necessarily tell us this when it comes to base building, and CitizenCon is not the best representation of where they are developmentally, but it is possible. And I'm also seeing whispers and murmurs that it might be go in that order instead of the one that kind of makes more sense to us. Courtesy of Gumbo, my man, the Gum. I think we're closer to engineering than base building. So do I. And I think engineering would make more sense to be introduced to the game before base building, but they do really seem to be hyped on base building. I don't know. I think engineering would make more sense first. At least in the EPTU. Both of these things we will see in the EPTU well before we see them hit live. Oh, they're also hiring plenty of gameplay programmers, Eagle 6. Just hiring ship team doesn't mean they're not expanding elsewhere. It's just that they did not expand their ship team for a long time while they were expanding gameplay people. Now they seem to be expanding their ship team more, which is why I'm hoping they can keep up with the updates they need to make. Because the ship team doesn't just make the ships, they actually do a lot of the gameplay around the ships. The ship team is working on the quantum travel updates, they're working on engineering, they're working on Maelstrom stuff, they work on damage, the heat system. They don't just like make the visuals of ships, they work on the gameplay around ships too. You can't have the people who are building the ships not also be involved in the gameplay, or else the ships will end up like the Reclaimer. Hey Maximus, let's not say that. How do people still get hyped for ships in the year 2025? If you gotta ask that, you don't understand spaceships, my friend. Spaceships will be hyped until the year 2940,000 million. Spaceships are sick. Spaceships are cool and people still see gameplay moving along, so like, they're still gonna be excited for spaceships. That's just the way it is. I really need to get that as a soundbite on here. You guys don't have to hear my nasally voice say it. Ships are not even set up for engineering. That is what they're doing right now. At least this is what I hear. Gumbo, you told me about the base building stuff. That's assuming the ship team has programmers on it. That's a big assumption. It's not an assumption, man. They've covered this. I'm not talking out of my ass. Like literally, you can go to the ship team. Actually, I don't know if it shows up on the progress tracker. Let's see. I mean, do you genuinely think, you know it takes programming to make the ships. Even if you were just doing the art of the ships, you still gotta know the programming behind it. Some people are in the 3D space in Blender and stuff, but tech animation, the literal tech teams, the people who are building the features into these ships, they definitely have to know programming. Yeah, they just list them as developers now. Sounds like there's too much on their plate. Hey! Welcome to 2025. CIG bit off more than they can chew. This has been the case for 8 years now. That's why no AAA games or no AAA studios are trying to come in here and steal the crowd from CIG like everybody says they're gonna do, because it's too much. They're trying to do too much. The game is trying to be too big, and that's why we've been seeing them make concessions and shift their priorities over the years to try and make a game that can actually work instead of continue to just build an engine over and over. They have organized this so weird now. Okay, so Z archive are just the old teams. Vehicle content. Okay. What concessions have they made? I mean, they don't even, medical beds aren't even going to be. Hold on, let me go back to the. I probably can't pull up all of them off the top of my head, but this is I think a pretty significant one that maybe they will still go through with this, but I don't know. Hibernation mode. For explorers out there, we will add the ability to save and resume while you are out in space. When not in combat, power down your ship, hit the sleep bunk, and exit the game safely until you can resume your journey. They can't do that anymore. They can't make this sort of hardcore game where people are gonna run away because it's got too much going on. They've already said just last year, hold on, wait for it. We got the receipts, bruh. We could probably find the time where he said it too.
Players expect in terms of gameplay with the Reputation Hostility feature card committed to the 323 roadmap. Thus far in the testing cycle, we have not seen any evidence of thing. We've seen a hot take about bedlock.
So this sounds a little bit different from that, in my opinion.
In favor of bedlogging. In fact, in the future, we plan to give the player buffs for getting a good night's sleep in bed, and have that be part of the game loop. But we don't want to limit the player to that. It's like having a bed shouldn't be a requirement to log out of the game.
So, like, they're changing things. And this is just one example. I'm not saying this is the most drastic example of, they've changed everything. It's entirely different. But they are having to make different things happen in order to ship this game, in order to get it made, in order to get it fitting into a community better than something a little bit more hardcore like what they were doing. And I think that's also why they've had to do things like master modes, where they tried to force combat to be slower rather than sit on the changes that they were trying to do all the way back in 3.12. 3.12? 3 point something. We just looked at this the other day. Here, high-speed combat. They wanted to take the time to try and make players naturally slow down their own combat speed. But over the years after doing this, they said, hey, this ain't working. We need to just get something in that will force that speed down on its own. And so they brought in master modes, wherever this is. These are things you just got to start doing once you've tried to pursue something that's just super deep and super detailed. And maybe they will be able to go and make these work better or in a different design. That's just, my point's just, they have had to make changes to make this work. Because, yeah, they bit off more than they could chew. I mean, the fact that they had to sell these concepts to fund the development of the ship systems that would then eventually be in the ships that the concepts were originally sold for, it's wild. And the fact that they lasted this long and made this all work is a testament to itself. But I hope we get a good game out of it. See, Eagle 6, you told me that I was making a huge assumption that they had programmers on the team, but now you're talking about how, like, well, it depends on the team. Maybe the team has programmers or not. The only assumption I'm making is that they have to know the ships they're building, that they've got to know the coding that goes into it. I don't think that's too crazy. Wonder if we could find their job postings, actually. They announced most of the ships that will be finished by 1.0, and a lot of the ships that have analogs already in game are deprioritized. They didn't announce the ships they will have finished by 1.0. Did they say specifically that they wouldn't have some of these ships by 1.0? They couldn't build good systems, Ian. They didn't have the money for it. I mean, they had money to build some of the systems, but I think that the scale that they were aiming for required that they, I guess, make something that could scale more. The systems that they did have in 2015, 2016 sucked. So they made them playable just so that people had something to play with. But I do think that if they tried to design their engineering, for instance, back in 2015, it would have sucked. But that's a supporter video. I think the Star Citizen they could have launched in 2016 or 2018 or whatever would have been a fun game. It would have been a fun game, and I think it could have been a good game. I don't think it would have been a very monumental game. I don't think it would have stuck around as long as this one might. This one's not guaranteed either, but I think the game they decided to build with these systems is more interesting than the systems they were talking about at that time. Because most of the stuff we have in game now is also a derivative of what they were working on before. They had the pipe system, which linked into heat, which I think they were playing around with back in this time, like 2018 or so. You can come back here and find maybe... Maybe not. Oh. So like this is what ended up turning into engineering. And it was like a good system, but not really as deep, I guess. Will the reclaimer salvage processing turn into something like salvage refinery? I don't know. How long was mining set for until it finally came? It was like they were just talking about mining for like a year. I have no idea what they did to the Inferno. Oh, the original version of Star Citizen would absolutely be actively played today. The original version of RuneScape's actively played today. The original version of Supreme Commander is actively played today. It wouldn't have died, but I do not think it would have grown into the game they're trying to build now. I think it's one or the other. I don't think it would have just evolved into something bigger. What is that sound? Is there like a truck outside? Freaking tractor. There's a tractor in the field outside our house. Oh my gosh, that's gonna kick up so much pollen. Oh boy. Thank God I'm not outside today. It's on the left there.
Oh my god, why? Why? Why is it here?
Probably because this pollen's going to be too bad if they leave it to dry out.
Well, I hope so. Not because they're building something, I hope.
No. We just moved here and there's this big grass field behind us.
It actually looks like they're tumbling down.
That's good.
If they start building stuff here, I'm gonna burn chat. Get the tractor?
Mm-hmm. Don't care too much about the ship backlog, so you can't say you have a ton of info about it. Ow! Nobody said you can shoot me!
I said I can
It's
shoot.
not special if you just do it.
I can shoot. I said I can
got her. Freaking payback. Woo! Got my adrenaline going. Oh man, take an extra allergy pill. Won't I die? Mid-70s in Ohio, can't wait, so tired of being cold. Dude, that sounds nice. Mid-70s is good times. What city are we in? We're out here in the old sack town. I don't even know what you call this. Need a better name for it. I'm just gonna take the gun and put it right here and just shoot her whenever I want. The turntables.
I will now keep Jeff in my office.
The ticks are real bad this year. Aye. That was the new sound for the Inferno, actually. Firing. Aye. What you got? Ow! You can't bite. That's against the rules. Oh, PK liter... PK. Hey, Space Marine, thank you for subbing, dude. Much love. PK! Ah!
Thank you.
Yeah, piece of crap.
Revenge.
All right, where were we? We were talking about the freaking backlog. Like, what am I on the roadmap? Yeah, this is really, there's not much else. Oh, this is interesting. It shows when ships were, I think, introduced. But this is a little difficult to say because sometimes ships, like, they get their names leaked out. And then they end up getting officially reintroduced the next year. So it's a little awkward. But you can see there were 2017, 2018, 2019. A lot was going on. Yeah, not really much else to look at here. If you want to, though, I will leave the link down below for you. If you want to check out the backlog. But yeah. Next up, I want to talk about guilds. Specifically the Council and the Mercenaries Guild. Because it sounds like they might have some developments going on sometime soon. Came home after digging a water well in the land and picked 18 ticks off my body. 18? Bro. Wow, you had to burn your fields because of it. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope they grow back better. 18 freaking ticks, dude. Orcs 2.0 any day now. Off with Orcs 2.0. No. I see where you're getting at. Not that kind of guilds. Or guilds, not orgs. Guilds like the Bounty Hunters Guild. That kind of thing. This is back from CitizenCon. They had some stuff that they were talking about there. But now we're seeing the development a little bit in 411. I won't go too deep into what that is, but obviously it's a little relevant. We'll dive deeper into that when the official information comes out. Here we are.
Credits. Fundamentally.
Do we have berry bugs out there? I don't know what berry bugs are. Yikes. Yeah, ticks are not. Ugh. Why did he only clear that part out? I wonder if that's a fire measure. It always grows back green and good. Good. Sicknesses suck, man. Just get chickens. Yeah, I'll just leave some chickens in my backyard. No biggie. There's actually some ducks we pass on our bike ride, which is nice. Ducks are so rude sometimes. A couple years ago when you were out geocaching, you must have walked through a nest because when you got home, your wife had to help you pull over 100 little pinhead. Oh my God. Dude, did it hurt? Like, I can't, man. Ugh. God. Whew. We had chickens back at our farm. Back at our farm in Turkey. But they all drowned. Rest in peace, when our house got flooded. So we never really know. We know what happened to them, but we don't know specifically. The whole freaking place was underwater by the time we woke up. The emojis. You know, I didn't even mean for that emoji to just say toes. I was just trying to be creative, and I made tomatoes into 3 different emotes so that people could type tomatoes in big letters in chat. But then chat just used the toes. And now, 4 years later, we have Toes Gang. Weird story. A little bit of channel lore. Oh, we still live in Turkey. We go back there in the summer. My wife is from Turkey. Mrs. Tomat. Of course, chat never said anything about toes. It was all me.
I was all about the toes.
All right, let's talk about guilds.
You'll be getting a whole lot more, and I mean a lot.
Oh, wait. Should probably start that. Okay, so we've seen both factions and guilds start to get more introductions over the last year. I think that's a good thing. Obviously, it's mainly a narrative device, but it does help, I think, players get more grounded because you start to recognize who you actually like working with and for. And reputation is still lagging behind this, which is really frustrating because I think we should have reputation hostility across the whole game by now. But they are working that in as well. We see it a little bit in Pyro. So the more we continue through this year, the more each of these missions and contracts that they're adding, the locations they're building, and the storylines that they're making are being linked to specific entities so that we can start to understand where we actually stand in the Star Citizen universe. 4.1.1 is going to have additional focus on that. Not going to get too deep into it right now because it's not official information, but we will look at some of the guilds that are going to be a focus in the very near future and talk maybe a little bit about why that is.
A lot more. Okay.
This is some talk from CitizenCon 2024, just introducing the idea of how these guilds fit in. I'm going to skip around a bit.
What 1.0 is, let's check. You have to be outside you for help. As it is now, the game is not set up to help you.
That's true.
Exciting of the universe and understand what's available to them.
These will also obviously factor into like the main story.
And understand what's available to them. This story will also introduce each of our guilds and what professions we have to offer. Like the United Resource Workers, our core industrial guild, which supports 2 of our main professions, mining and salvaging. They also support many other features and professions, like repair technician, crafter, and builder. Guilds are hugely important in Star Citizen, and as you know by now, guilds are comprised of many factions.
I think there's a United Resource Workers have a skin, I think somebody was saying they wanted to get. Not entirely sure, but they used to talk about this actually a year prior at CitizenCon 2023. with the cargo hauling stuff that they wanted to do. So they wanted to get in basically rewards
With
in game.
health, has the container got good integrity and reputation with these companies?
So this is the whole thing behind the guilds and factions.
To mission progression, we'll be introducing perks and rewards as part of fulfilling contracts and raising reputation with these companies. For rewards, we'll have branded ship and tool skins, branded clothing. There will be collectibles to decorate your hab, hangar, or ship, or you can put them anywhere you want. And there'll be more exclusive rewards that we'll be revealing later. Thank you.
So they've started to put in these branded skins. There's some clothing, there's some armors. I think I don't know, is there a ship skin? Honestly, I don't remember. And I also don't know if any of it is exclusive to the, I guess the stuff you get from Wicklow is exclusive in the game. The Antium armor, I think, is exclusive in the game. But a couple of these things are still not exclusive in the game. So this is a big part of guilds and factions, is like actually getting something that you benefit from that other people can't because you've put in the effort to, invest in that company. It's progression.
As you work for each of these factions, you will gain guild reputation. You can then use this reputation as a currency to purchase guild-affiliated rewards, like ships, blueprints, and items. And each guild will have a unique inventory of what they offer. Alongside economic...
They kind of tried this too with the pyro stuff. They put the pyro, like components behind specific places in pyro, and I think that's a little bit of what they're trying to do here, just without having the benefit of having factions to back that up. So I think they've not been great at doing this because there haven't been enough factions, but we've seen Rayari now being taken advantage of. Shubin is pretty big in the game already, so I'm guessing they'll probably make use of that too. But they do need they need more guilds, more factions in the game so that things just continue to make more sense than they do now.
Growth, guild reputation will become a core progression of the game. And to talk more about guilds and our main story, I'd like to introduce David Haddock onto the stage, our very own narrative director.
I just want to say, Hustle, keeping it 100 is not fun. It's really annoying. I mean, I don't do anything because you're free to say what you want, but keeping it 100 is just so against the vibes of people just trying to be here and chill and get information. You say things like years later and none of this is in the game, but people are in the chat literally talking about this stuff being in the game. It's cool to not be happy about this stuff. You just don't have to put all of it down in the chat for everybody else to read. You don't always have to have the attention.
Star systems and professions of the Star Citizen universe, taking players on an exciting adventure that will finally kick off the growing tension between Earth and Terra. Yeah. It will be NPC driven. So whilst
all right, so the rest of the
corners of
guilds
the universe
that they've talked about is kind of getting into the whole point of today's conversation, which is the 4.1.1 stuff.
Through them. Here we have the first guild that Rich showed, United Resource Workers. Whether you're eager to earn credits, mining valuable resources from remote corners of the universe, sifting through detritus to try and salvage some valuable components, or even just acting as a technician, you'll find plenty to do with employers like Shubin Interstellar, United Wayfarers Club, and more. Next, you have one of the oldest unions in the UEE, the Interstellar Transport Guild. This will be the go-to place for everybody looking to make their fortune hauling and trading. Some of the factions that many of you already work for now, such as Ling Family Hauling, Redwind, and FTL.
Yeah, that was the first. That annoys me because these factions are the ones that are linked to the courier missions, and those are the ones that we can't do right now. But these were the first. I think this is the first reputation besides the bounty hunting people. But these are literally, that's Redwind. Redwind's right here. And we have the hauling missions with them, but I feel like the courier missions are where these ones really shine. And those are supposed to be the beginner's missions. It's annoying that they don't just... I wish the courier missions worked.
You already work for now, such as Ling Family Hauling, Redwind, and FTL. And we're going to be adding something special for the daredevils out there, the Imperial Sports Federation.
Okay. Anybody have any theories of why Star Marine is listed on here? Like, this is, I didn't even notice this before, but why would Star Marine be in the PU? Unless they were actually going to try and have us like compete in there. Like maybe they do stick to the Simpot thing and you can load into Star Marine and compete in it while you're in Star Citizen. Did courier missions get replaced by hauling? No, they got broken by it. They're still supposed to be in the game. They actually just started putting them back in Empyro. They just don't have them working between different star systems or space stations like they used to. Yeah, it was supposed to be a sim thing. Mrs. T. She'll shoot me, but just with darts. But chat though, it's canon. That it's interesting because they haven't acknowledged it really otherwise. Eagle 6, everyone's allowed in chat, buddy. I genuinely think that people who get called out for stuff don't recognize that you are still in chat talking. We haven't kicked you out. You're not anywhere gone. You're good. You can complain. You can be angry. All we ask is that, like, stick to the vibe. Say what's bothering you and then move on. You don't have to keep doubling down. Like, nobody who's in the chat who's positive just continuously snowballs. They pop in, they pop out. Some people constantly comment. Okay, never mind. Let's move on. Industrial athlete also. Competitive mining. I can't wait for that. We talked about that last week.
So aside from the usual racetracks that are both legitimate and illegitimate, we're actually going to be leveraging some of our existing mechanics to build new sports and provide an outlet for all you Murray Cup enthusiasts, Cargo Olympians, and competitors to see just who's the best out there.
Oh, there's also... Wait, they have like multiple Arena Commander. I didn't even realize. Star Marine, Death Race. That's interesting. That actually, that kind of saw. It's like if you don't want to die, you can just run Arena Commander inside the PU. I wonder if you can get like paid for that. Can you get rewards in the PU for running arena matches in Arena Commander?
Those who dream of exploring, I'm sure we have a couple here. We had the Academy of Sciences that was brought up yesterday in the social presentation, if you saw that. This is a science guild that will include factions like the Imperial Cartography Center, who will task you with a variety of missions to better understand our universe, such as sending you into a nebula to do deep scans, or finally seeing what's at the bottom of that planetary canyon. We're going to have a new faction called High Point Wilderness Specialists, who will offer missions associated with the various fauna that we're starting to get into the game.
So that's a little interesting. We don't see them. We're hunting. Why are they not coming from High Point? Who actually gives them? Is it just Rayari that's giving the actual mission to hunt the like the Copians? Do agree. We should get, they really need to get some specific rewards in here for these things. I appreciate that we're getting things that you have to find stuff, turn it in, and then you get things in return. But we need to get like Rayari themed stuff. and actual in-game rewards for these. It adds a lot more to that. Wicklow and Rayari. You used to get high point missions on Microtech. Oh, so that faction's in the game? Well, I'm just wondering because they talk a lot about the guild giving you missions, and then they also talk about the factions giving you missions. And I don't know what the differentiator between those two giving you missions would be. Like, if the faction gives me missions, don't I get reputation for both? If the guild does, then I'm not really getting any rep for the faction. I don't know. Don't know how that's going to work. But we can see Rayari here already in the retrieve and research missions. This seems to be what they're doing in 4.1.1 with this new narrative that they're going through. What's it called? I don't know if they have a name for it. It's being called a regen crisis. Basically, something's going on with... I don't even have to do this. They announced it. It's here,
Fully prepped for work, it's time to set up the scene. In today's shoot, I'll be playing an SSN Newsflash anchor named James Harriman.
This is James Harriman with an SSN Newsflash.
The brief I was given is that 900 years in the future, these are low attention span vignettes of under a minute that are hosted by a news pro that does not get excitable or include his personal opinions in his reading of the facts. Basically, short and with as little of himself as possible. I have no idea why they came to me for this.
That
and
is
it's
really
possible
funny.
I'm being punked right now. But I'm gonna try really hard not to let anyone down.
Shocking news out of the Stanton system with the recent attacks by Frontier fighters on the Invictus celebrations.
And in addition to news about the ongoing
Okay, so clearly we're going to have some contracts with the Frontier fighters during Invictus.
threat of the Frontier fighters, I'm also doing reports about a new threat to all human life in the verse that begins to rear its head in the upcoming Alpha 4.1 with the start of this year's B story, concerning a suspected failure of regen technologies, which we'll learn more about in just a couple of weeks. The UE
It's been a couple weeks. Did we learn more about that? I'm asking that seriously. Did they say anything else about that? They talk about it in this one? Maybe they talked about it. I don't remember. But this is part of that. I mean, this whole idea that they're researching regeneration technology, and so you need to go retrieve it and then get it back to them to research. And it is Rayari. So going by that, you might be able to see other possible factions that are coming in here. I'm hoping Rapid Response, they really need to get freaking medical beacons back in. Shout out to my man AAK. But anyways, that's science. Let's continue.
From population control missions to harvesting specific resources for research. Now, I don't know if we have some people who'd like to do combat, but our combat guilds were doing something a little different. Now, previous to this, these are all of our profession guilds. But for our combat guilds, they operate a little differently. See, these two are
secret code is a line die.
diametrically opposed to each other. So once you pledge allegiance to one, the other marks you as an enemy.
So that's a little bit different because guilds don't, like all the other guilds they've talked about, I don't think science is really going to mark you as an enemy. Because there's no religious guild in this game. Sorry. But I don't think like all these other guilds are fine. I do think that factions will have problems with you though. So if you're a pirate, Rayari might not want to work with you. But specifically when you get to these two, things change.
But our combat guilds were doing something a little different.
Mainly, I guess, because they're combat focused.
They operate a little different. Pledge allegiance. On the lawful side, we have the Mercenary Guild.
All right. We already know this group. We're already doing a lot of work for them. I mean, I do. This is where most of my gameplay takes part. Interestingly enough, though, the Bounty Hunters Guild is within the Mercenary Guild, is what it seems like they're saying here. I've always thought about them separately, but I guess I don't know what they're going to do there. But Foxwell, Citizens for Prosperity, Eckhart Security, like we already are very much involved with this group. So it makes sense that this would be one where they're going to expand a lot of functionality quickly. Well,
They represent
quickly in comparison to the rest of this marathon project.
actions like Eckhart Security, the Bounty Hunters Guild, and even some military contractors. So whether you're pulling together a team of specialists to go assault a ground base, hunting down an elusive criminal, or putting together a recon run to drum up some intel, Mercenary Guild's got you covered.
Yeah, this is the leveling
On the flip
for
side,
missions and jobs. This is the progression. And then we have the Criminals Guild. Again, we know these groups. Headhunters is obviously going to be somebody they focus on because we are already playing with them. But Atani Syndicate, Drop Kings, Darkside Rovers, these are very common names. If you watch The Astro Historian, you will hear these names when talking about lore. And they exist in Stanton, Pyro, and other systems too. Vaughn missions, anybody? Some people love those. Bit Zeros, we know them. And then there will be others like Nine Tails and whoever it is that Tisha Pacheco works for, Wallace Klim. Like, this is nowhere near all-encompassing of what this group will be. But this is where you get to be a bad person and progress in doing that.
Council. Now, this is a shadowy group comprised of representatives from various gangs, syndicates, and outlaws who mandate criminal activity throughout the verse. You'll be able to throw in with rough and tumble gangs like the Headhunters and the Dead Saints, or work your way up to join highline criminal syndicates like the Atonis or the Drop Kings. But remember, the underworld is a dangerous place run by greed and power. So Mercenary Guild reps might not be the only people you have to worry about, as the syndicates are always looking for loyal soldiers who will hurt their competition and tip the scales of power in their favor.
Okay, so those two last guilds are the focus. They're not... the council has not really been built at all. I don't think they have the underlying system in place for this to be considered a guild and stuff, but they do have reputation with these factions. And so I haven't put a ton of thought into why they're doing this. Still wanted to hear more about the official information. But these two combat-focused guilds are obviously going to be rather important because they represent a dichotomy you don't really run into with these other guilds. So it does look like CIG is looking for ways to... They're looking for ways to allow people to physically exchange goods with these guilds in order to get rewards from them. And I think there's a couple good reasons. Well, I think there are a couple reasons to do this. I wasn't sure if they were going to. I always wondered if they were going to ever put AUEC on chips so that you could put them in loot boxes and have them be more easily exchanged with people outside of the whole... not exchange with people, sorry. Exchange with locations. I do think this... having a physical way of exchanging goods, like a physical representation of money, a credit card or whatever you want to call it, helps to add into loot. And it makes loot have more reason to exist. I mean, if you find somebody running around with a whole bunch of stuff, it's not like they're going to have their credit chips on their outside of their armor. They're going to have them in their backpack. So filling out things that you can find and loot and trade for other goods is good. This physicalizes reputation credits, I feel. But again, adding another form of... I don't even know what to call it. Currency, I guess. Another form of currency complicates things more. So, again, still waiting for official information to really understand what the point is here or how this is going to go. But that's a look into guilds and a little bit of a look into how guilds are going to expand in the future with payment systems, possibly with specific possible to lose currencies that can be probably traded for UEC and exchanged for exclusive in-game rewards. I guess it would be better to do it this way than to get specific rewards for contracts, to rather get paid for contracts by specific representatives of a guild, and then go to that guild's place and be like, or maybe different people from that guild's place, whether they are market people or people you had to get reputation to get access to, and then you can pay them in a certain currency that you've built up over time, rather than just, oh, I've got to do this mission in order to get... Who's going to give you a Polaris, you know, for completing a mission? Yeah, we're doing it with Wicklow right now because the game's not finished, but it'll probably make more sense for you to be able to build up credit to get the Polaris rather than to do a mission and somebody is like, here's this gigantic spaceship for doing that for me. If I do a big enough favor for Jeff Bezos, is he going to give me a spaceship? Is that how this works? What you're gathering is we will have to pick a side or two in order to get something. Remember something like this in Star Wars Galaxies from years ago. That is the idea. Maybe not with the rest of the guilds, because they are a little more focused on productivity. I do think a lot of these factions won't work with you if you do the kind of work that lands you in the council. But specifically, I think with the council and the Mercenaries Guild, this is a very clear separation of two different parts of Star Citizen. And they want to be able to draw a bit of a line here and say, these people are going to work with this group of people. These people are going to work with this group of people. And it's going to take an actual conscious effort to switch over or work with one or the other. Then there's probably plenty of neutrality zone in between where you can work for one or the other and very easily play both sides at the same time. Just kind of like the Knights of the Old Republic, kind of how your evil and goodness would fluctuate. Do one at a time and get them all? Yeah. That's part of Death of a Spaceman too, is the whole idea where you go through all your cycles and then you like end that character. It's supposed to kind of be a reputation reset so that you can very easily go through a whole life cycle with somebody in the council, get super deep into it, do all of the horrible crime. And then at the end of that all, you still have the stuff you got from doing all of that, and you can pass it on to your character, and then that character can switch to the Mercenary Guild and still do all that stuff. You have that story element of, well, I just have this because my old man, my grandpa, is part of the council. It's not really important to people. It's just like a lore additive, but it's also a bit of a gameplay mechanic to let you play both sides over time on the same account and still have consequences for playing one side or the other. One fear you have as the game becomes more popular is for the simplification of the game due to casual player demands. Galaxies went that route and ruined it. I mean, that's what I was saying earlier, and that's what several people will say in chat, Hustlebones being one of them, that the game has changed to do that already. And the respawn mechanic, the way that ships are being controlled speed-wise, like those are things that they've, started to simplify to make sure the game is more accessible. My hope is that while they might lower the skill floor, they continue to keep a high skill ceiling. Strong hope. Hopefully they do. You'll be running 2 accounts, samesies. I'll have a few. But they've also talked about having multiple characters per account, so might not even need to do that. Hopefully we reach that point. Okay. All right. Next, I had to talk about either Starware or Planet Tech. Starware mainly because it looks like with the Antium armor and with like the racing suit and the undersuits they're working on, Starware is kind of starting to at least they're planning for it now. If you guys want to talk about that and where that's going, or Planet Tech, weather, and what's going to be going on there. The new player experience became the most popular Star Wars Galaxies version. Legends is the biggest private server and survived longer than the official one. There's another game that's still played years and years later. Make a good game, people will always play it. So far, the changes haven't impacted the core soul, but I'm always gonna be afraid after the murder of Star Wars Galaxies. It is a scary prospect, because there are some very specific things that I think make Star Citizen a rather interesting prospect. But if they have to downsize, we could definitely lose that kind of stuff. All right, we got 2 people calling for Starware, 3 for Planet Tech. Oh yeah, we still have the giveaway going on. I see people redeeming points in the chat for the Missed Fortune giveaway we got going on. Ow! Man, I really want that popcorn maker to work. Fashion, Starware, Planet Tech, Planet Tech. All right, we can do both. They're not super long. Well, we do both. I don't feel like counting the specific votes. I feel like we've covered Planet Tech more already, so we'll start with Starware. Because this is actually, I think, the only panel at CitizenCon that we haven't gone back over, because I just this was a little annoying because, well, all right, let's start with this. Like I said, this is like the only CitizenCon panel we haven't gone over, mainly because if you go back to 2019, there's already this talk. It's called Armor Archetypes. And it's all about how armor will be categorized and set up for Star Citizen. Topics will cover how gameplay mechanics would play a role for certain armor types, to how armor are executed from design all the way to in-game implementation. Which isn't the same talk we had at CitizenCon last year, but it's real close. And this is I think part of that frustration of pre 4.0, sort of basically just the whole period of 3.x and how delayed everything got. And I think a large part of that was server meshing, but I think also a large part of that was just the company was so disorganized in making the game. I guess maybe they cared more about Squadron 42. They just left Star Citizen on life support. But the development of Star Citizen felt so disorganized with hindsight, and looking back on it, just you can see a lot of the stuff that they had in mind back then just being reiterated again now. Because it's not really that different from this. It's just them coming back and saying it again for a new audience because they took so long to implement it. And now it's definitely more designed and more detailed because they've had the time to do the actual like coding behind it and the actual design work and engineering to figure out what it needs to work. Whereas this feels more conceptual kind of. But yeah, that's what this was.
So laser's really more a quick firing but lower damaging than, say, to ballistics. Plasma's going to have damage over time effect and leave behind a damage so that, you know, it can be area of denial. Then you've got, say, electron damage, which is a lightning bolt company specialist. That's going to provide electromagnetic damage and also stun damage, which will tie into the melee system that we're bringing live. And then you've got, say, tachyon, which is going to be obviously faster than light. And then you're looking at the more really specialist in terms of distortion, which is obviously really relevant.
Okay, this is FPS weapons. We've actually gotten most of this already.
Other than that, there's no
armor though.
Then you've got inventory. Now, inventory is, like you said, it's, you've got a physicalized backpack, but it goes more than that. That backpack's going to be modular. You'll be able to attach different sizes of backpack, and they will only go onto different pieces of armor. So you'll have to make meaningful choices. And then you've got life support, which is, how much oxygen can I carry? What's the climate control in this system? What temperature can it survive? And temperature is something I'll be going on again further on. But again, then you...
And we've had some of this. We have temperature armors and stuff like that. But I bet you a lot of people don't know that you need specific armor to survive on Daymar or Aberdeen. So they have to say it in CitizenCon. And they have to introduce it in ways like this, which we're about to watch. Because it's not really in the game yet. We still don't have in-game stats on this stuff. Aye.
You look at, say, for example, the next layer is subcomponents. Now, as I took through the weapons, you look at attachments. It allows you to further specialize or further...
Abdi! Hey, dude, thank you for resubbing up. 39 months you've been subbed here, bro. What do you... Can the Star Citizen cloth tech that's being hidden behind under a magician's blanket star underwear? Abdi. Can we get a shout out from my man? Thank you for dropping by, dude. Appreciate you.
Further diversify, that's what subcomponents are going to be. If you want to, put heavy armor on, but you want to add more armor plating, or you want, emission dampeners, or you want further utility and gadgets that we release in the future, that's where subcomponents come in. But really, that's just the armor classes themselves. That's the light.
Yeah, so armor's supposed to be powered. The whole idea of the power system they're putting in with the ships and with weapons, even with the batteries and the multi-tool, like they're starting to introduce batteries and power supplies and stuff. Specific armors will have that too. I'm betting heavy armors like the Antium are going to have stuff like that. Obviously, the Argo suit we've already talked about. They've already talked about themselves. They will have batteries and you'll have to keep them powered. So this was the explanation of what armor was back then, and it's still pretty much what they're doing. I mean, all of this is still how it works. There is still reduction of like temperature effects and damage effects based on what you do. I heard somebody say that the armor that you can get in there's like a special Antium armor that you can find in Star Citizen right now, and it has higher stats than all the other armors. So they're getting there. And they even introduced the first heat-sensitive armor during this talk, and then that's been built on over the last few years, but it was a slow introduction, and they never really got around to things like signatures or power, or how much these would really differentiate in terms of stats, which is what they finally got into in 2024. That's what we're about to look at. Yeah, engineering for all game aspects. People think engineering is a ships thing. It's a game thing. It's just like any other game that has a power system in it. They just need to have an underlying system that lets things that need to be powered be powered. Toes. Joy Pop. Hey, thanks for the sub. You're old school. Hopefully they do something for us that do not want all the gizmos. You mean like you don't want powered armor? Tycho, yes. This is the mission where they showed the I think I'm pretty sure the faction they used in that mission was Rayari.
Ship.
Oh no, it was just Microtech.
You got one way in, one way out.
Yeah, it was just a Microtech facility. The ground-based that never was. Are they still continuing with player stat progression? I believe so. I don't think there's any reason for them to turn away from that. That's another thing that I think they've made a bit of a concession on. They are adding character stats into the game because they want there to be some level of progression tied to the character, and they also put a lot of work into it for Squadron, and they probably want to make more use out of it. But I don't know about it. I don't know about character skills. We'll see how it works. It's more like character affinities than skills. Maybe they could do better at marketing it. The batteries are going to run out after 5 minutes just to make it extra tedious and annoying. Just like I have to eat 3 burritos and drink 4 bottles per hour or I'll die. Bro, what are you doing that you have to drink 4 bottles per hour? Running. Well, maybe you need to work on your running skills. You know, you got to pump your arms, right? Breathe in through your nose, out through your mouth. You got to pick up those habits, man. Feel like you're having to check if your armor has batteries before you leave is an extra unnecessary step. Why not have an area that it will automatically charge in your ship? We do have wireless charges. You know, I don't know. I mean, it could be because they're supposed to be exchangeables. So like you can find batteries, like it's sort of survival gameplay. You can find batteries out there that go into your suit or into your gun. Maybe if your suit uses the same battery as your tractor beam, then you can interchange as you want. Maybe so that people can still have their charged armor, even if they don't have a ship that's big enough to have a charging area for their armor. And yeah, maybe armor lockers will automatically charge batteries too. Don't know. Could be a power draw in your ship's engineering system. Why wouldn't seats charge armor? Well, maybe in Origin. Don't know about Drake. At some point, if they make it too easy, then they just remove the feature, right? But it should be easy to charge your stuff on your ship if your ship has the space for it. Like, you should be able to charge a battery while it's inside of the thing, I think. That makes sense. Weapon racks and suit lockers charging stuff would be cool. Yeah, they still have the plan where you can't fly certain ships with heavy armor. I think they talk about here. Would you do powered armor as a singular full suit, or would you still allow piecemeal? Oh, you could? What's going on? Oh, because you're...
Oh no, I was wrong. Look at the pollen.
Is it up in the air?
It's, I can see it. I would like this.
Okay.
Ask Chat if they've ever heard of sushi rito.
Guys, have you ever heard of sushi rito? Sushi burritos?
Great concept.
That does sound good. I like sushi. Want them to get the suit lockers working. So do I. That would be really cool. I hate that they teased that last year. That's where that all over the place development style comes back in, huh? I kind of get why they had to switch away from that as their focus, because they realized they need to get players back in and make things play better. But I like, that's why when they first teased that, I was like, why are you guys teasing this? Why are you releasing a video for 3.24, but you're teasing base building being revealed at CitizenCon, which is literally just an advertisement for future gameplay you're gonna do? Like, that's the kind of stupid shit that I wish they wouldn't do. There's just no point in them teasing that back then. A sushi burrito, is that a hand roll? It's like, I think it's a really big,
Quite large.
like a large sushi, piece of sushi
Burrito size.
in a burrito format.
Burrito size.
And size. All right, let's listen to these, what they had to say about Starware. So This is mainly coming up because they're starting to introduce new specialized armors. We're seeing armors in game. And there is also some level of stats that are starting to make a difference in the armors that you find around the game. So time to get a little bit of an introduction to this.
This onto the concept of specializations. This is about bringing more purpose, more considerations, and more decisions to armor and clothing you wear beyond just looking cool. So, what are they? Specializations are the focus of your current daily adventure. That could be a daring racer, a cargo hauler, or a first responder. Specializations are a series of attributes assigned to each piece of clothing and armor in the verse to allow you to make informed decisions on both how you want to look and how you want to perform. What are they not? Specializations are not assigned classes. There's no magic toggle where suddenly you're forced into a role like a cleric or a wizard or even a pizza delivery person. They also do not limit you. You can still do almost everything in any armor and clothing you want. You just won't do it as well as you could have if you had specialized. Why are these necessary? Well, specializations enhance gameplay depth. They add a level of roleplay and immersion. Specializations can provide a sense of ownership of your playstyle. At its core, SC is driven by choice, with specializations offering a deeper layer of player options. And that's the option to excel, to fool around, to min-max, or give yourself a unique challenge. Specialization allows us as developers to make gameplay experiences that are deeper and more complex. So whether you're a salvager, a bounty hunter, or a medic, there will be specialized suits that will help outperform your peers. So at this point, you may be asking yourself, okay, well, how do I specialize? It starts by determining your playstyle. What do you want to do today? Are you going to be a trader, a smuggler, an assassin? Is there a void in your organization that needs filling? This is a decision you get to make and remake every single time you log in. Or, if you're like me, perhaps several times in a single play session. Once you know what you want to do, it's time to start hunting for the right gear. Specialized items are not intended to be found in any old store. You're going to have to do the legwork.
So this is an interesting bit, too, I think, for people who signed on to this game a long time ago. I think there's a big debate to be had here, and I can see both sides. I'm not going to say one way is better or the other, but there is a very significant debate between game items having the skill or the advantage and the player's actual skill having the advantage. And this also kind of goes towards that conversation again of character skills. But specifically here, I want to have this conversation regarding finding armor and weapons and things in the game versus just being better at the game. Is anybody an absolutionist in this position? Does anybody believe that there should be no stats on any items and it should all be player skill, or that it should be all stats on any item and it should always be balanced out for any player? Or are you guys all just kind of like a different balance somewhere in the middle? Because I feel like I'm kind of smack in the middle. I think I actually lean a little bit more towards being able to find game items that make a difference. I just don't like the idea of a game item giving you such a huge difference that it changes the game. So I'd say I'm a pretty 50-50 kind of person. No, actually, I think I might lean more towards player skill. Yeah, I think I actually lean more to, because I'm just thinking back to like the games that I like and how I like to play. And my number one game, Halo, was all about figuring out how the game works and making the most of that. Melee, grenades, and shooting. You're undecided? Player skill ++, need both, 60-40 for you. A little odd to you with the sim nature in the game that a suit would make a rock explode less or yield more? Well, I certainly hope a suit doesn't do that. In that case, I would hope it's the multi-tool or the tractor beam or the mining tool that you have that does that. Like, I think that these sorts of stats still need to make sense for what they are. You shouldn't pick up a piece of armor and suddenly you can shoot 10% more accurately, unless maybe it's like you picked up a special set of arms right? It's not like you picked up legs that make you shoot better. You picked up arms and they have some level of better power stability that allows you to shoot better. But maybe it only allows you to shoot better if you actually have a power supply in your armor. Otherwise, it's just basic. You like the middle ground monarchy? Toys, you like player skill? The thing is, without this kind of thing, loot really loses a lot of its appeal. And loot's important for a game like this, especially if they want to start selling skins and making people more aware of the looks of their stuff. You hate the idea of a skill tree and leveling up. I'm not talking about a skill tree or leveling up. I'm talking about that's what I'm trying to say. This is not about a skill tree, Penguin. This is about specifically just items having their own stats, which technically already exists in the game. We have item that has different SCU holding capacities. We have items with different combat, with different damage reductions. We have helmets that give you a specific crosshair for shooting. We will probably have exploration helmets that have better scanning capabilities. We will have racing suits that make you black out less. So this isn't just about a progression skill tree. This is about equipment that's actually made to work for the situation you're supposed to wear it in. Kind of the point of saying, hey, this person isn't going into this battle wearing a star kit and a racing undersuit. They're going into this battle wearing actual Castak arms equipped armor that's made for battle. I think the scorched weapon stuff is a good balance. Oh, does the scorched? Yeah, that's right. We have silencers, we have compensators, we have stuff that changes the stats of the weapon. Every gain should need a drawback. I think that's where a lot of the power stuff comes in. Power and weight. Stamina, the way it hurts your stamina, making you have to go and eat more. Not sure what they can give to haulers or salvage to make things better. A hauler can get a better tractor beam with more range. A salvager can get better salvage lasers, more impactful salvage charges. You could get a scanner that can tell you more information about the materials you're scanning faster, maybe. You can get armor that gives you more EVA capability so you can be in derelict ships in space for longer. Hey, Chief, how you doing? Without stats benefits, there are no crafting tiers. Oh, that's a really good point. Eslin, that's a really, really good point. Can't really get past that, I think. Yeah, for armor, I think you would get things that can help you scan better. You might be able to get legs maybe that allow you to carry something that's heavier. Well, let's listen to more of what they have to say.
You'll have to align with some of those guilds and factions that JJ and Benoit just talked about in the previous presentation. You'll have to explore the galaxy, find hidden stashes, and rare opportunities for better gear.
That is also true. This builds way more rewards into the game. If everything was just based on skins, it would still work, but I think having some slight benefits to the stuff makes it make more sense to come from a specific faction.
Specialized items are meant for those who are willing to put in the work to exceed at your role. And once you've done all that, it's about selecting the right combination of armor and clothing. Yes, I said it. Mixing clothing and armor is built into the very fabric of this new system. Can I get a hell yeah? All right.
Hell yeah, brother.
All right. I know you guys have wanted this for a long time, so yeah, great. And to tell you even more about this new system that we do call Starware, please welcome to the stage lead character technical artist Armando Lira.
The fact that they called it Starware. God dang it, CLG.
Watch it, bro.
Thank you so much, Nick. Hello, everyone. I am so happy to be here presenting for the first time.
Starware. Stars.
How cool are specializations? We are sure you'll enjoy finding the best combinations for your playstyle. And for that, we had to create a system that gave you all the freedom that you deserve. It's something that I am sure you've all been waiting for so long. Starware. So if you're...
Like nobody really knows. Like, we haven't been waiting for it. We don't know what it is.
Are you tired of choosing between clothing or armor? Yeah.
A lot of people are.
So finally, you'll be able to mix and match. Starware is fashion that meets...
All right. This is pretty straightforward. They're just going to build the ability for armor and clothing to be included. And you know what's really funny? I don't think I could find it right now because I don't think I know what video it was.
We've also played.
But I feel like maybe. Hold on, let's see.
Coding, but
I think this is what he said he was working on back in 21.
I don't have that much time to really do all the coding, but I'm trying to finish up the what we call physical skins. So all our characters in the game.
It's not what we call it. We call it Starware, Chris.
The physics that you determine whether you collide is defined. They're on the skeleton. So the skeleton has physical joint for like the arm and the hand and the head and the legs, but it's the same skeleton and the same sort of physics geometry for every actor in the game, whether you've got heavy, bulky armor on or you're just wearing thin clothes. And actually most games are like this. In fact, a lot of games just have a symbol capsule that defines a character. But all our characters, when you see a helmet come on, or they put the armor on, or they put a jacket or shirt on, that's what's called the skin, which is just geometry that gets mapped to the joints of the skeleton, and then as the joints move around, the geometry deforms with it. The change is to enable the skins to have physics information embedded with them. So when you bring in the armor torso piece of a heavy armor, it actually brings in physics geometry that will define, that basically represents its shape. So as you put different things on, your physics shape and profile can change. And that's really important because that means for, first of all, better collision and hit detection. You could have a case right now where you have a big bulky helmet on, but the physics geometry is just the head size, and so a bullet could go look like it's hitting the helmet, but it doesn't actually hit the physics geometry. Well, we can change that now so the geometry is the same size as the helmet, and also it makes a big difference for things like physical interactions, like with cloth. So if I walk through like sort of hanging dangly plastic, if I've got my
the plastic that can block anything you shoot out of a gun these days, that plastic is so strong in this game. Like when you're walking through the pyro space stations.
Render meshes, and the same for like if I have a cloak on, it will now drape over me properly, because right now if we put a cloak on the back of a character with a normal skeleton and they had say a heavy armor on, the cloak would look like it's going through part of the heavy armor because the actual base skeleton physics geometry is smaller than the heavy skeleton. So
you're saying you're making it more specific?
Yes, it's essentially just making it more accurate. It's allowing for better simulation. It's necessary for like...
Sounds like Starcloth, Chris. Or is it Starware? Or as is being said in chat, Star Plastic. So I believe in 2023, we then had a demonstration of Starcloth, which has also been shown off before CitizenCon 2019, I believe.
You can see the cloth collides with the ground. You can see multiple layers of cloth that do not interpenetrate. Cloth gets influenced from wind and has accurate collisions with the player's
Starware? More like Starware. Right? Because we haven't gotten it yet. Like where? Sorry.
We now have support for collisions from dynamic objects. You can play football in any outfit.
And
So
they talked,
now-
I think, a little bit about he literally, here's the capsule stuff that Chris was just talking about in that other one. So eventually his work, I guess, went into this. But like when he was talking about it, he's like, yeah, I'm finishing it up. Dog.
So you can see the collision proxies are actually completely hiding the cloth, and they're essentially completely useless. So now notice the difference on the same body represented with tapered capsules. We can now faithfully represent the hips, legs, and arms of the character. An additional benefit of tapered capsules is that the collision detection is significantly faster than with regular capsules. Currently, we're only using them for cloth collision detection, but in the end, we'd like to use them for everything.
Screw capsules.
And using every trick in
So
the
this is
optimization.
this was like the engine stuff, right? This is them. We went from Chris talking about his cloth stuff and his layering and his, they can be on top of each other, to this being in the engine 2023 and it's working in Squadron, to, okay, now we're trying to get it into things you guys can use. Maybe next CitizenCon it'll be in game. These dance moves, dude. I refuse to believe this is anybody but Chris mocapping. Finishing up the idea.
The possibilities are huge. Like, have you ever wanted to put on a jacket on top of an undersuit? Yes. Yeah. How about an armor on top of a sleeveless shirt? Or even without no shirt at all? Like backpacks on clothing? Yeah. So Starware allows more customization than ever. But be careful, certain gameplay implications will still be true. You won't be able to go into the vacuum of space without a space-worthy undersuit and helmet. And in certain planets, you'll need a breathable mask or helmet to survive.
All right, let's skip to the stats
Adding
part.
intent and purpose to all our clothing and armor sets. As designers, we really want the visuals to match the stats that our great character art team have made. So for example, if a pair of pants look particularly armored, chances are they'll have modest damage mitigation to match. Many armors will be specialized for distinct use cases. Currently, we realize right now bigger is generally better when it comes to FPS armor, and we know that shouldn't always necessarily be the case.
No, light armor for the win. Let's go. The only bad part about light armor is you can't carry a big backpack.
There will be some armors that won't have EVA thrusters built into the suit, so you lose EVA capability. Some armors won't even be space-worthy. Specializations means getting better at certain things at the cost of attributes and others. This is about compelling you, the player, to make tactical decisions for every situation you may find yourself in. So now let's look at some practical use cases for the Starware system. Whilst all our armors are becoming specialized, let's take a look at a select few, which I will add are some of my favorites.
All right, I'm going to skip this cinematic. This is the important part. This is the part that really frustrated me, though, in this panel, was the fact that we couldn't even be blessed with what this sort of understanding of stats would even look like in the game. Like, not even concept art for how this might fit into a menu. I know it's not indicative of how long this might take. That really depends on their priorities and whether or not this works out for their development, which I don't think it did, considering they very much had to focus more on playability. But we are talking about this because we do see some of these armors, even the very armors that were showing up in this video here. Where is it? In this video, are in the game. These are the Antium arms. So they're starting to introduce Starware to some extent with different stats and specializations. There's some branding going on and all that stuff. And with 4.1.1, it looks like it's about to get deeper. But I'm still wondering, when are we going to get a proper representation of these statistics in game? And we know they're working on something for inventory. They're currently working on a new concept for an improved inventory experience, personal inventory. But until we see that, I still don't really know.
Armor, but you're restricting the precision of your control. If you're in clothes like our leader is here, or a flight suit or light armor, you'll be able to fly unrestricted. Now, if we look at an overview, we've cherry-picked 6 generalized stats to give you like a high-level understanding of how various clothing and armors we specialized. This is by no means a comprehensive list of everything we have available to us. It's just a little, yeah. So here you can see the leader has low protection compared to a full suit of armor and no EVA capability, for obvious reasons, but has great movement, low emissions, allowing them to blend into bustling cities and stations. The leader really excels at freedom of movement here. Let's meet our next members.
I don't know if they're still going to do this, but NPCs are also supposed to eventually react to what you're wearing and if it's appropriate. So like if you show up to like a bar for a mission briefing or something and you're wearing heavy armor, don't know if they'll act different or not, but there's supposed to be some level of effect that has on your experience.
Okay.
But maybe you just like wearing heavy armor, you know? Maybe I just like looking tough all the time, buddy. Or is it the weakest person that wears the heavy armor all the time?
Here we have our pilot. If you remember, back in 3.23, we introduced our first specialized helmet visor, the combat visor. This introduced the dynamic crosshair and all the magazine information on your HUD. This is our pilot visor, which allows the wearer to link with their ship and cast MFDs directly into their visor. This provides the pilot with all the essential data like ship health and shields, so no longer will the pilot need to break concentration during an intense situation to look down at their MFDs.
Y'all catch that? MFD casting is going to be limited to pilot helmets or helmets with pilot functionality. I wonder if they'd also have some kind of advanced targeting and like just better targeting in general for pilot helmets.
Again, like the leader in this situation, there'll be no penalties to flight. Plus, with added G-force resistance, the wearer will be able to get the most from out of their ship. So if we look at the pilot stats, they have fantastic mobility. Like I mentioned, great G-force resistance for when combat takes them to the limit of human endurance. And finally, this suit comes with the best EVA capability in its class for when remaining in your ship is no longer an option. Here's another variant in our flight suit class, the racing flight suit. This is what our driver will be wearing. This suit, unlike the pilot flight suit, has features which are more...
Yeah, we need loadouts, we need lockers, we need to be able to save. I mean, this might be something that really depends on item recovery to be a viable option too.
Streamlined, which allows it to have truly unmatched G-force resistance for the hardest corners on the most challenging of racetracks. It also offers great oxygen capacity and thermal protection for those planets with hostile environments. So as you can see, this flight suit excels at G-force resistance, but it loses its protection and has much weaker EVA capability. Let's meet our next team members. Armor. Combat armor is similar to what you're used to, only we're specializing it even more for combat. So what does this mean? We want our wearers of heavy combat armor to feel like walking tanks. The armor should provide fantastic coverage to limit any weak points they may have, and actually have a greater damage.
Not gonna lie, the guys wearing heavy armor at the Hathor places catch me off guard. Once we return from Pyro, where they're all easy, I get back there and I'm like, oh, I gotta shoot you a little bit more, huh?
Mitigation than what players are currently used to. Due to its mass, the armor will also feature the strongest resistance to force reactions, so that's flinch, stagger, and knockdowns, which brings me on to a full suit feature. If the player is wearing a full set of heavy combat armor, they will not be able to be knocked down by small arms fire. Thank you.
So that's not entirely true yet, because I knocked down the NPC.
Thank you.
But somebody was asking the other day about FPS scanning and radar. You can see that's a focus with these heavier armors. No EVA mobility, though. So you're going to need that drop ship. This is like we were talking about earlier. If you got a team of people in heavy armor and you're boarding a ship, it's going to be harder for you to do it without something like a Legionnaire because you'll have to EVA. Luckily, because of the way they've built the game, even if you don't have EVA capabilities here, they are building 0G push and pull, so you'll be able to grab and hold from the ship and do that. Or you can use your multi-tool. But that is like, that's the whole of Star Citizen right there. Pick what you want. Pick the gameplay you want to do. Figure out the things that you need to be able to do it. Because they won't always be the same for every person. That's like one of the most key things that I want them to stick to. And that's why a change like this, even though I am very much about player skill, that's why I really like this stuff still. Because this just emphasizes the idea of making choices and then paying for those choices. And I enjoy that. That's good fun. That's why I played RPGs.
Yeah. However, as you can see here, for all that protection, coverage, and stability, we have some major trade-offs. You're going to lose your mobility, stamina will run out much quicker, and your movement speed is severely reduced.
I think we'll mix and match. But not sure how that works. Especially with EVA.
The majority of combat armors will also lose built-in EVA thrusters, meaning you're going to have to add additional weight to be wearing an EVA pack. Next up, we have our tracker in the Heavy Hunter armor.
So this is the armor that has been put into the game. This is our Heavy Hunter armor. You can go and find this in the game. It has specific stats. There are multiple variants, and one of those variants actually has better stats than the others. So this might be one of their big test cases. This and the flight suits that they've been doing.
This is another suit in our heavy armor class. However, this one is aimed at less at pure combat and more about hunting its prey. This is all the armor for you bounty hunters out there. The Heavy Hunter armor has the most powerful active scan for hunting their targets. Its scanner outshines all other...
It is confirmed that there is a bit of a glitch right now with the system that allows you to use FPS scan once you take the helmet off and hold it. So, again, probably a test case for them.
...in locating infrared and electromagnetic emissions, perfect for locating those targets trying to lay low, whether that be human or creature alike. Whilst it's still classed as heavy armor, it does mix things up, so it'll have slightly faster movement and mobility, but it loses the protection. You'll also be able to store more devices like deployables and throwables. So as we compare the stats, whilst not as tough as our combat armor, it does gain an increase in mobility, and while its scanner is the best of the best, the armor is also incredibly noisy and emits powerful emissions. So while you may find your target with these, there's a good chance that they'll know you're coming for them. Next up, let's look at our last additions to the team.
It's probably the kind of one that you'd be using a battery with.
All right. I can tell who the fan favorite is there. Yeah. So we
It's the easiest way to play.
have our sniper, who is wearing our light stealth armor. Here's another example of a full suit feature. If the wearer has all pieces equipped, so that's helmet, core, arms, and legs, due to its mass and the suit's material, their missions will run so low that they will be undetectable on radar. With it being light armor, it also has a great level of mobility and traversal speeds, meaning should the wearer be spotted, they can quickly escape or reposition with ease. And remember, with it being light armor, no flight restrictions.
It's a cool helmet.
So with the best stealth and fantastic speed, it's a must for any players looking to assassinate.
Undetectable by active scans. See, I'm wondering, what is it? I feel like a lot of this is going to be tied to the core. You'll have some small things going on with your legs and arms, but I really feel like a lot of these benefits are going to be tied to the core and the helmet of whatever armor you're using. Because how can you say undetectable by active scans unless every piece of armor is putting out some kind of signal?
Infiltrate, or in this case, be a sniper. However, the protection provided is minimal. You don't want to be engaging in a full-on firefight in this suit. And just to reiterate, folks, as well, like great specialized armors like this one and all the ones that you've seen today, you're going to have to put the work in to have these at your disposal. And finally, surround our group, we have that one friend.
Oh, God, they said Riz. Is Echo still in the chat? I can't get into it unless Echo's here.
We've all played MMOs, right? We all know that one friend. That friend's me. No. They ignore all the rules and the strategy. They can only play for 30 minutes a week. They might prefer a bit of glint on their sniper scopes. Who knows? Well, here at CIG, we also support that friend, so they're on the roster too. So, we have our group. What do you guys think? We fun? All right.
I feel like heavy armor players, who is it that said that? Lurch? Yeah, I feel like heavy armor players are going to be a pain to deal with in this game. Which is good. That's what they're supposed to be. They're tanks. Just like, I don't know. I love the idea of specialization. So that's what we know right now about Starware. And as I said, really this is becoming a thing because we're seeing these armors come into the game. We're seeing some of the stats that they possess come in with them. We're seeing little glitches that hint at some of the future functionality they might bring in. But ultimately, this just shows that it's becoming a more specialized game. It's becoming a game that depends a little bit more on the choices that you're making and the actual gameplay you want to do. And as long as they can keep guilds coming in and new missions coming in with every patch or every other patch, almost every month this year, I think that by the end of the year, there should be pretty good specialized opportunities for people to play the game. And that, my friends, that is it for Star Wars. So now we can talk about Planet Tech. Yay! Planet Tech. Which is something we've talked about way more. So it's going to feel a little repetitive, I think. It'll be a pain to be a heavy armor player. Yeah, you're not going to really move around very much in heavy armor. No idea what the leader is. Leader, I think, was just like general gameplay, to be honest. Did he even do anything? He just looked cool.
First.
Obviously, the leader just buys things and tells everybody else what to do. That's what I just saw.
All right.
Yeah, I think it's just general gameplay, character kind of thing.
So the player's choice of clothing will be crucial in a way it hasn't been before. With magnetic plates built into many clothing items, players can now holster both primary
Okay, yeah, so he's just supposed to show off the clothing aspects.
and secondary weapons. However, in the near future, there will be locations in SC where armor and weapons are strictly prohibited. Clothing allows the player the opportunity to access these restricted areas without needing to change.
They're going to limit armor too. Huh.
And some clothing will even allow the player to conceal smaller weapons from security, should the need arise. Another new addition we're going to be introducing is flight penalties based on the mass and size of your armor and clothing. You'll still be able to fly in medium and heavy armor, but you're restricting the precision of your control. If you're in clothes like our leader is here, or a flight suit or light armor, you'll be able to fly unrestricted. Now, if we look at an overview, we've cherry-picked
Yeah, Hurston's definitely going to be one of those places you can't go. That's a shout out to the security system, though. Eventually, armistice zones will be gone in the sense that you just won't be able to pull out your gun, and they will be enforced like this. It'll basically be, okay, you have the choice of pulling your gun out, but you're going to get in trouble if you do, or you just won't be allowed in the area by security forces if you do. All right. I'm going to go grab something to bite on real quick, and then we're going to look at Planet Tech V5. Which which includes this panel. And this panel. This is actually going to be a kind of a quick overview. I want to try and keep this one to 30, 40 minutes. But you know how it is with Planet Tech. We get distracted. Oh yeah, and then I'm going to talk about Marathon and Falling Frontier. If you aren't wearing any armor, you should have bonus damage to melee combat. All right, y'all. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay. No, I was gonna watch with you guys. I don't want to leave this just running. I wanted to skip through this so that it was a little more purposeful. All right. So they've got a couple of cinematic pieces. We'll look at these. We won't, like, they're not the focus, but they're nice eye candy, and it's fun to just watch them, and they're pretty. Mainly, we're going to talk about, though, the specifics of, like, what Planet Tech V5 is based around. This isn't really a when is it coming kind of video, so don't worry. I'm not saying it's coming this year or anything like that. All right. Let us start with just a look at what kind of stuff they're trying to sell with Planet Tech V5.
For everything else we're going to talk about in this talk today. Now, it centers on data-driven, physically based rules that we aim to realistically emulate nature and its incredible diversity. Before we dive in a bit deeper, let's just recap on some of the things we already have on our planets. So here you can see our lovely atmosphere and our cloud rendering, which can provide some spectacular views. We have our on-the-fly terrain generation, which is no loading screens in our game, which we're very proud of. And then we have our scattering system that can populate these planets with many different diverse biomes. And we've been setting quality benchmarks for each of these biomes as we come across them one by one.
But what we have isn't perfect. This scene on Microtech, it looks great, but it's not getting the same density that you'd expect from a real pine forest. That's one of the things we want to solve. The other, if I take you to the other side of Microtech, you'd be excused if you thought we'd just turned around and looked at a different part of the forest. Why is that? Well, this is because currently our artists create slices of biomes in great number, and then they distribute them across the planet using humidity and temperature properties. Each slice looks great.
Okay, real quick. It's not hard to find an example of this. This is Planet Tech V4, I think. Yeah, this was V4. This was when they were getting ready to release the previous version of Planet Tech, which was right when Microtech was coming in, and you can get a really good idea of how this works, why they did this way.
Painting tools. So I can select our painting tool here, and the mode is set to surface, and you can already see like a little highlight on the planet. And that highlight basically tells me where I can apply color to. So if I just now randomly choose, for example, white, and increase the brush radius, I can just click into the planet once, and you see that the color is applied.
Now, what's determining the area that you're affecting. I mean, obviously, you're moving your mouse and it's selecting different areas. We can see what areas you're selecting in the blue, but how is it determining what you're hitting and what you're not hitting?
Exactly. So the thing I just talked about, which is that very simple texture that drives everything, is basically what is being highlighted here, and it's different portions of that texture. We can take a look at it right now if you want to. So, but before I do that, I can basically just go through and stroke in here one more time, so you can see that, you know, changes can be done quite easily and very fast. But it's good to take a look at the texture now. So now we're in a tool called Substance Designer, where we generate most of our content when it comes to ground materials, textures, and so on. It is entirely procedural, so you see like there are these large chains of operations going on, starting from noises, and then we start modifying them and stuff like that, without going into too much detail here. But at some point, when we start with a simple noise like this one, which is a purlin noise, when we go all the way to the right, where it basically shows the end result, because
it's like just a little view of how ridiculously complex the planet. They've gotten good at making them. I think it's one of the things they're most efficient at, is making planets, but just seeing how many things go into like the base design of the planet.
This part here is the result of it. So we end up at something like this, or rather something like this, right? And so what are we looking at?
Oh, let me see if he explains it
here. I have talked about one texture, but we're clearly seeing two things. And what are these two? If I visualize it like this,
toes.
So basically, I just took that grayscale information from here and applied a little color to it to make it a little more obvious what this is all about. What we're looking at is the temperature information of our planet. And to further visualize that, I can actually have it view on my sphere here. So let's say this is our planet. I'm trying to squeeze the windows that I usually have on two screens onto one screen. All right, but as you can see here, the texture, if I chose the grayscale version of it, right, you can see that the dark values of the texture are at the top and bottom of the sphere, which is basically our north and south pole. And around the equator, also if I view this texture here, you can see that here, the top and the equator here, this correlates, right? Because it's mapped on the sphere right now. So around the equator, we have the brightest values, which means the temperature there is greater than it is around the north or south pole, right? Mm-hmm. So we have kind of a representation of what the temperature is like on our planet, and also these deformations and such, because you don't want it to be simple. There are all kinds of things going on a planet, like mountains and oceans, and all of these things can influence how the temperature can behave on the planet.
Okay, jumping ahead. Right?
And then
so what I'm trying to highlight here is he's painting essentially it's a temperature humidity map.
Fantastic.
And I don't know if he just says that outright at any point here. He probably does, but this little map over here in the corner, you can't see it here. So this map here is a representation of the planet. And you can could say top left-hand corner is like the top is cold, the bottom is hot, the left is dry, and the right is humid. So then you could say, okay, the driest, coldest area will have this kind of biome. And then he could paint the square like that here. The warmest, driest area will have this kind of biome. These are deserts and tundra. And then over here you have rainforests, you have swamps, you have cold and wet, so like just really snowy areas, and then the middle you have generalized things. And what they can do is they can both color that square to change what different parts of that level of humidity and temperature would be there, and that will correlate to whatever point that is on the planet here. Or they can go and they can paint the planet because they visually see that they want something to be there, and then that will show up on here and it will do it for the rest of that planet.
I can determine where these things should go. And then if we go down, I can even go down to a ground level where, oh, this is dark now. Let me go to a spot where it's actually bright. So I can go down to ground level. Let's show it here. Yeah, go to all the way down to a ground level and then basically paint in quite detailed areas of snow where it sits and how it blends into the entire rest.
So to be clear, I believe that this is something they did by hand as he's showing, but in the time since then, they've progressed to the point where this is being automated. And as they go further and further, more of this stuff just gets built into the natural one-button click of building a planet. I mean, we saw them do that with rivers, where when they first started making the river, he had to track the whole river down a valley. And then by the end he was done with it, he would just click a button and the tool would read the planet and know where rivers were going to be and place them. I think that's what happens here when they're building these biomes out too. But this was always a really good video, I think, kind of just showing how this whole system worked.
Just editing one area that you're
Yeah, Genesis is supposed to do this. It's supposed to do this based on data they pull from Earth and the Moon, I think. So it's supposed to work more logically.
It's something that people constantly have to remind themselves of.
Do you, coming at this from like a Photoshop standpoint, do you have the ability to mask off a section? Like if you want to change everything on a planet except for one.
There is another video that shows this in terms of the height maps.
It doesn't work on space stations. It's the planet sites.
So same kind of idea.
Absolutely not. And we have our strict rules and for our workflows to prevent these visual errors from happening, right? Because first of all,
we won't get too much into that. There was one more where I wish I could find where they just like really, oh, you know what it probably is? From CitizenCon. Biome on the Range. Yeah, I think this is the one where they really specifically explain why this works the way it does. No, actually, I don't think it is. Ooh, I don't know where that video would be. Oh well, I think you guys get the idea. Let's go back to the new stuff. Oh, actually, before we go back to the new stuff, I can show the true teaser of Planet Tech V5 when they talked about what they wanted to do with it.
For planets is we want to be able to build them much easier, much faster, and we want to make sure they are truly unique. At the moment, our planets are unique. However, they are built from type of tile sets, like pre-built things that get mixed and matched together and blended in complicated ways so you don't see the repetition. But it's not truly unique, not in the same way that the Grand Canyon might be, or the River Nile, or Mount Everest. And that's what we want. So to get that, we need to replicate the complicated natural processes on Earth, like geology, climate, erosion, and these things aren't trivial. So we've got three options. We've got offline tools, Houdini, Terragen, things like this, where you could simulate all these processes in the engine. But we've started some R&D a few months ago on whether we can use machine learning to do some of this. So just to give you a quick idea of how that would work, or how it could work, if you just start with some random input here, it's just like some noise. We run it through a temporary simulation, so we can type of get a more reasonable.
So this is the whole process that they were doing by hand, and now they're showing that they are working on ways to do this through machine learning.
Simulation at different altitudes and latitudes on Earth. And then what we do is we categorize all this into different biomes. So based on the temperature and moisture, you'd find out what is a desert, what is a forest. And this part is crucial. So this is the input for our machine learning algorithm. We could come up with this image any other way. You could hand paint it as an artist, or we could just randomize the noise to get a different set of images. And then what we do is we take the large data sets we already have from Earth, from Mars, and from the Moon, and we train it on exactly the same distribution, so biomes, so forests, grasslands, and things like this. And by training it on exactly the type of data we get in reality, we can take this and then push just that, and then we can get these lovely height maps out of it that tell us a really realistic distribution. You can see here, this is the height map, so the black areas are low. You can see all the little rivers and valleys, and this had 0 art input aside from this image, which is a very nice result. It's early days. This is based on something called a custom diffusion neural network.
So that's what they were talking about towards the end of last year as their plans for Planetech V5.
What you're going to see is a vertical slice.
End of 2023, sorry. This is now end of last year, sort of the work that they put into it from there and where they're headed. And I think this is almost similar to what we just looked at with Starware, in that they gave us a look at what they wanted to do. It was all very much on the slides. Now we're getting to see something that's a little more in-engine. That's not to say this is anywhere near close, just that it's something they've been progressing on over time in sort of the background, and they're now starting to talk a little more about.
Development, it's very early stages, very work in progress. You might see some bugs.
Early stages, early days, early stages, early phases, early times.
But that means it's only going to get better, so be excited. The number one challenge with planets in our game is scale. In no other context do you need a planet to look great from first-person perspective when you're stood among the trees. You need it to look great when you're in a spaceship at a quantum marker miles away.
True.
And everywhere in between. There are no loading screens, you see everything. We cannot afford for it to look bad in any of those scenarios.
We were live for 19 hours, Captain Super Knight. Yeah, but there's never a lack of news, right? There totally is. It's a dry week. That's why we're going over this. But you get what I mean.
So,
it's Monday.
Let's start from a ground perspective. Demo number 1. Let's have a look. So, how do we make that? Thank you, thank you. So, let's talk about first what's underneath it all. The ground! So, in our previous terrain shader, we just switched between different ground textures depending on climate and didn't really consider the unique properties of each type. Now, the terrain shader is based around 4 layers. We always first consider bedrock at the bottom of it all. Then, where appropriate, we add layers of soil of different types. We then add debris where appropriate, whether it be pine needles, dead leaves, etc. And then when it gets cold, we add snow. Each of these layers has unique shading properties and unique transitions between them. Because we do this all in one shader, we're able to achieve that as well as being performant. We can also use things like water saturation to darken and tint the soil and other properties to make it look more realistic. But that's not what filled most of the screen in that demo. That's the vegetation. Like what Ali said, we want to emulate the laws of nature. So in Genesis, we have rule sets for every asset that tells it how to respond to our rich data, whether it be soil type, water availability, temperature, geology, or whatever. We assess the viability and the vitality of each asset and compare them to decide what is likely to spawn in a natural environment. This automatically creates the cohesive environments that you saw in that clip. Not handcrafted anymore. No one has told those ferns and those pines to be like that. They each want to be like that. And that's what we're doing, multiple assets coming together to create a unique microbiome. What about trees then? Same thing. They have a larger requirement for space, they have a larger requirement for nutrients. That's how you see the distribution, and it's how it all works. Let's meet the flora that came together to make that forest, and have a look at some of their properties. Now, just to note, they are all going to look quite similar because we've already seen them in the same place, so they must be similar. So, Building blocks like grass and common grass, medium amounts of sunlight. We had ferns, see it's a much lower requirement for sunlight. We had salix bushes forming our undergrowth.
This is interesting because we've been aware of the whole temperature and humidity stuff this whole time, but they're actually bringing in a third variable now, I guess, for vegetation. Not really sure. Like, we've seen that they have a temperature humidity map. So these are two very tangible things. I'm wondering if there's going to be a third variable that goes on that map that can literally change the vegetation. It's what it sounds like they want it to happen, but like, how detailed can you get?
Building blocks like grass and common grass, medium amounts of sunlight. We had ferns, see it's a much lower requirement for sunlight. We had salix bushes forming our undergrowth, and we had pines, of course, and multiple variations of pines. Diversity is driven by competition. Everything has ideal conditions, which affects its competitiveness. We also have additional control over this in the form of dominance.
Okay, I'm going to skip forward because we should look at their new scattering stuff. It's actually really, really good. And this is also something that we heard about last year when they were talking about kind of what they wanted to do in the future.
The GPU, and that, which is probably the thing we asked about the most, is our scattering system, which is what responsible for putting all the trees and the rocks down in the world. We're going to, again, move this to 100% to the GPU, and that should let us have vastly longer draw distances right up until the horizon and much better performance. So we'll finally get rid of the dreaded pop of trees coming in for you. We also have to integrate it with our harvestable system, the resource system, and the awesome fire system you just saw a minute ago.
So that's what we're about to look at. How is it that No Man's Sky has already achieved this in their game engine or something very similar? Theirs is very, very, very much more procedurally based, but over time they have also figured out good distribution, good scattering. I don't think those planets are nearly as detailed. I don't think they really follow a logical function quite like these do. And obviously they are dealing with a lot less assets, with things that get placed on the planet, with things that are scattered throughout, and with the number of players and people who are populating space on these planets. I also don't know if those are actual globes or if they're curved planes, which are kind of different. It's weird. I can't explain it. I'm not a game dev, but it's just a different system. That being said, Hello Games probably has something that is very advanced as well, and they've been building it for over a decade. So they've put a lot of time into it, and they probably have something that CIG can't match in their own way as well. Yeah, at launch it wasn't great. Now it's phenomenal compared to what it used to be. I mean, their water and fauna system, or their water and flora system, got great updates last year, but it took time.
Leaves from trees and have the grass wither in winter.
Right. There you go. It's because they've got seasons in this one. That is actually an interesting one because it's kind of hinting at the idea, again, that planets will have an orbit, reconfirming, I guess, the idea is like, are there going to be seasons? Will they factor in the orbit or what?
So as you're starting to see, all these rules, all this data, it's all coming together to create what we call truly emergent biomes. Let's have one more look at how this varies over a much larger scale.
Hold on, I think they actually show the scattering here. It's an insane difference. I don't want to miss it because it's actually nuts. The improvements that they're making on this engine from Planetech V4 to V5 is crazy. Anybody who is here from Planetech V, I want to say Planetech V2 to V4 because they went through the iterations quickly in the beginning. The first version of Planetech we got, let's just go back to that real quick.
All right.
So this would be the first real example of Planetech.
Consummate flying skills.
Don't even get me started on the clouds. This is Hurston, by the way. I'm guessing you can tell by the dirtiness, but... So, to be quite honest, I think the shoreline is one of the weak parts of Planet Tech even now.
Engine team that does all the procedural planet stuff has been adding obviously a lot of stuff to the procedural planet tech. The oceans have all been ported over to GPU, and ultimately we're not doing it here, but you know, there actually has, if we get low enough, you'll probably see it's full wave simulation. And we get
whatever that means in 2017.
The wake from the ship creates waves. That's not in yet, but we will be doing that at some point.
And then Lorville back when it was tiny.
Kind of smog and factories and polluted air.
And then, you know, just landing and getting down and seeing the flora and fauna. Honestly, it looked pretty good for back then. But like, it's when you get to the details that you can kind of tell
again,
it's not as good as now, the way that the
to try
assets,
to
the plants are placed and stuff, the
deliver
scattering.
Kind of, you know.
But it's come a long way since then, and I think they've done a great job going from V4 to V5 here.
Distance and individual assets up close. Just as a demonstration, this is the sort of density you can expect on Microtech today, and in a second we'll flip over to what you can expect from the new upcoming tech. In a second, we're going to turn on the culling group, Steve-O, so you can see. These are the groups that will create of those trees and of the terrain. And as we get closer, we shrink them so we're more intelligently rendering what we need without having to assess each tree individually, all the way down to the ground.
That's crazy. If they can reach that kind of density in game, holy crap. So now that I showed you that, let's go back to what they're showing as their kind of the vertical slice of what they want planets to look like here. And then we're going to look at the specific biomes they want to start introducing.
Just like in real life. Oh, thank you.
Just like in real life, getting interrupted by people. All right. Here's a little bit of the differences they're getting from the GPU system rendering they're doing. Honestly, this is going to be so big. Moving so much of this stuff from the CPU to the GPU might actually help us. I think things like when you quantum travel into planets and it hitches, the pop-in that you might get. It seems like a lot of the problems of this game is just how much it uses the CPU. So this update to more GPU-focused rendering and Planet Tech using, you know, our actual graphics-focused hardware should be helpful to optimize the game and make it more stable over whenever they put this in, hopefully. Or maybe it'll allow them to make it more stable as they improve the tech, because generally when they drop in new tech, it's not super stable.
How is this going to handle in your CPU? We don't want to melt anyone's CPU, so we've redesigned all of this tech to work much more efficiently than before, and now it can run on many cores. This allows it to be run perfectly well on both the CPU and the GPU. So we've redesigned our framework so that we can run it at both and swap between them freely. Now, the benefit of this is we can do things like, first off, move the terrain system to the GPU, and we've now done that to get some incredible performance improvements, but we then also cache the results in something we call a virtual terrain texture. I'll give you a quick demo of this now. This is now vastly faster than the previous system, but it also allows us to generate the terrain in much higher resolution, which means all the popping you can see on the mountains as we're approaching, all of that should be completely eliminated on the right-hand side of the screen.
To be quite honest, I cannot notice this that much. I can see some of the popping every time I look, but the first time I saw this, I was like, wait, I can't watch both sides.
With the extra headroom we've gained by making our terrain system more efficient, we've been able to introduce some improvements, including high resolution ground textures, proper blending between surface types, and of course, better tiling. If you're familiar with any of our planets, we've taken off all the assets so you can see the issue. And now how it looks, you don't see those lines going at all.
I see a little bit of lines. To be quite honest, I don't really notice that much.
One more.
I love to lose the tiling. It's not the most annoying problem, I think, but it does look a lot better here. You can still kind of tell, but it definitely looks much, much better. Like you can't see direct lines going across the ground.
With the terrain data cached on the GPU.
So yeah, it's just some optimization coming with this. It's not just new pretties, it's also just making the old pretties a little more regularly pretty.
Like Ali said, we can perform the scattering there too, which is significantly faster. All those algorithms that we've used to generate those first bits can run there without being more expensive on your CPU. And it also means the results are directly there on the GPU. We can render straight from them. That allows us to have dramatically more density in our new system. We can render objects directly without having to go via the CPU every frame. We also cull at different levels of granularity, with bigger groups in the distance and individual assets up close. Just as a demonstration, this is the sort of density you can expect on Microtech today. And in a second, we'll flip over to what you can expect from the new upcoming tech.
Oh, we already watched this. Okay. Now let's look at the new biomes. We talked about temperature and humidity. We talked about the extremes, high humidity, high temperature, low humidity, low temperature, all the in-betweens. So now they're starting to, because they're getting more granular control over them, introduce more of the assets that actually mark these or match these humidities and temperatures in terms of like the biomes and the assets that come with them. So here's the first, and probably not going to come into the game until we see like Terra, basically. But anyways, the first... Vivi, thank you so much for the sub at 49 months. It's almost 50. Damn. 49 is... It's almost 50. I'm good at math. Good vibes. I'm sorry to hear about your job, buddy. Really am. That's a huge bummer, but I am glad that you can get some entertainment and some community from here. Thank you for being here. It's always good vibes seeing your name in chat.
Every planet with realistic environments. And this content is what this phase of Genesis is all about, emergent biomes. For our first example of today, it's almost a shame Will left because it's about moisture, but let's look at very high moisture and medium to high temperature.
Okay, sorry, it's not high temperature. Medium to high. I'd be shooting those Marocs down. God, imagine all of the weird glitches we're going to get from these biomes at first when they're just like randomly showing up in places they're not supposed to be in, like 5 square meter areas. How long till they start selling boats? I mean, the 890 jump is basically just a boat with thrusters on it, right? I think actually ships float now, so technically, there you go. Yeah, I've been told ships float. Gamers murmuring to each other. Ooh, Star Wars reference.
Thanks, that did look really good. So, for swarms, we obviously
got some functionality in here.
They may
Again,
not-
just like keep in mind, this is all still very early. This art
we're in the
is, this is white box. Like, we are a ways away from this. If you look at the first 4 star systems coming to Star Citizen, let me show you where swamps are going to be.
Club.
Stanton, obviously no swamps, unless maybe they somehow put some kind of a swamp in on Hurston. I don't know how that would work though. Maybe Microtech? I don't know. Yeah, maybe Microtech. Just not very warm there. So yeah, I don't know. First system, I don't think so. Second system, obviously not. Third system, no. Fourth system, Cascom possibly, but even then I feel like Cascom is very high in altitude, so probably less humidity. Castra doesn't even have that kind of stuff going on. Fifth star system, Terra, basically the launch star system for the game, will have swamps. In fact, I think there's like a concept image of a swamp on Terra somewhere. So this is far away. They're just showing where this is headed and kind of the ideas behind it. Just to keep that in mind.
For the water's edge, we made plants like this Alternatera and the iris. We also need the aquatic ones to float on the water surface, like the water lily or the pickerel weed. This willow and the one after, a Chinese tallow tree, while comfortable near water, we can also use to replace some of the more aged assets used to seeing elsewhere in the game. The last one, it's taking a bit longer now, but the last one, I'm gonna wait. The last one, you may not see used much in other biomes, but it's a very iconic one for the swamp, the bald cypress.
So the scale gets pretty big, but much bigger than that as we look at some of the other biomes they're going to have here. Here's some functionality on this one.
As you walk through or swim through the water, you may come across obstacles like logs or debris floating on the surface. They will react to the player character and can be pushed out of the way. We were also pleasantly surprised when we first saw how the water simulation systemically affects assets floating on the water surface, making for some really immersive moments.
All right, next biome they were looking at was something just as humid, maybe a little less humid actually, but also quite warm. Now, this is something I could absolutely see on Hurston. We already have savannas on Hurston, and with the redo of Planet Tech, I could see, I mean, there's water, there's seas, there's lakes, there's rivers on Hurston. I think we'll see jungles earlier in the game than swamps for sure. You basically already have jungles. They just don't have that vibe. But the Hurston tree line feels very savanna-ish, jungle-y.
With jungle, example for that. What it means is that you have horizontal layers of microbiomes defined by the species that thrives with the amount of sunlight and rain that still reaches there. The floor, herb and brush layer, we could almost do before, obviously missing the density. But now we also have the option to add variation to the tree layer by dynamically spawning epiphytes like lianas.
This would be incredible if this game gets true full ray tracing at some point way down the future when we can all actually run something like this on our computers. It would be just utterly unbelievable to look up through a jungle like this with this kind of lighting and see like a spaceship flying overhead.
Orchids or bromeliads attached to trunks and canopies of other assets.
Tree houses! Come on. Who would have ever thought I'd be cheering for tree houses in this space game?
May be referred to as a canvas of a biome. The idea being that we can vary what kind of forest you're in by adding or replacing the plants that visually stand out the most.
There we go.
Now, to get us started on our certification, we made epiphytes like the Epiprenum and the bromeliad, including a potted version for your hab. Then obviously you need jungles for lianas for a jungle. And we also made the grias, which add character to the herb and tree layer.
Yeah, this will be in Terra.
For tall trees, we decided on a fairly generic rubber tree, as its different growth stages serve as a nice foundation for all height levels.
So that scale gets a little higher.
And that's pretty much what we need to make a pretty good base for jungle.
In the jungles. But then we move on to something a little more... I think this is a little lower temperature and a little lower moisture. Let's see how he describes it.
There's a lot of different forests, but we also wanted to use this opportunity to explore extreme scale. And they're just really cool.
Yeah, also just the best trees out there. I think this will be on Microtech. All of these will be in different systems, but I'm just saying where I think we'll see them first. Redwoods are such cool trees. Mrs. Tomato just made a beautiful art piece for our house with some evergreens on them, and they just they get me because it's like they're very redwood looking and they've got the snow on them. I'm a huge sucker for these kinds of trees. Y'all got good redwoods down there, Maverick? Yeah, they really were going in on Star Wars references for this presentation. Hey, there's Morph. Hey, there's GII. Wait, hold on. Hold up. I see GII. Wait, this is like all GII folks. And there's an AAK symbol. Is that AAK? Is that you, dude? I see Skippy there. Yeah, this is all us. There's Walgrit. Hey, representing.
Now, for this one, we first looked at the different redwood biomes on Earth and tried to analyze what the most defining species of them are. With this understanding, we then decided on the following plants to allow for a fairly universal redwood forest that will easily support variation across continents and planets. A fairly common family of species for the ground levels of all redwoods are ferns, in our case a sword fern. We also made a huckleberry variant to provide some visual density for the shrub layer. To add some Jurassic vibes, we made tree ferns, as they can be found in New Zealand redwood forests.
There's your palm trees.
The most important
Who was it? Was it Voodoo that asked for that?
Though, obviously sequoias. And they ended up being one of our most complex sets yet.
But
as
these,
it turns
though...
out, they can grow to be fairly ridiculous in size.
Yeah, dude.
It keeps going.
Dude. Love that for us. Freaking love scale. We'll get AAK eventually. We'll get him.
And have the vegetation behave accordingly. Now, as part of our tech improvements, we will be implementing a GPU-based simulation that's fit for our game scale. For now, we've set up the ferns.
Man, with everything needing to depend on GPUs, I really need the market to get itself figured out. Can we please get normal GPU functions going again?
Our existing CPU-based one to better visualize what it will feel like to walk amongst those giants. Also, with the biomes on our planets now being defined by where an individual object wants to appear, you can expect a lot more happy accidents by having species invade different biomes, making for some unique locations, hopefully, surely. Now, before I get to disappear off stage, I just want to say a big thank you to everybody involved, especially my team in Frankfurt for doing such amazing work and being all around great people.
So,
and also to all of you guys.
I'm thinking we're going to split this into 2 videos, and I'm going to stop this recording here because the next section of this is more about points of interest and not Planet Tech. So I hope you guys got a little bit more of, I mean, Planet Tech, the next part is about points of interest using Stararchitect, they called it. So it's kind of its own thing, and I think we'll cover that at a different point. It is very interesting, but this one was mainly to show where Planet Tech V5 might be going in the relatively near term, and as far as the planets being made. I think what we're probably going to see is the 3rd system be brought in, and then maybe Planet Tech V5 comes in with that, and they redo everything else on that. I'm not really entirely sure, but I don't think it's really going to be anytime particularly soon. This actually could happen faster, but I don't think so. I don't think that's going to happen either, because yeah, I won't say more about that right now. Yeah, crypto faded, AI rose to take up the demand. It sucks. Didn't they say they were also working on beaches? I think I might remember something like that. Can't confirm though. Casey, my friend, what are you studying for? You got finals? What final you got coming up? What's the hardest one? Tell you what, I'm wrapping things up, so I'll make it easy for you. We can. I'm gonna make you go study. Sorry, everybody. Stream's ending because of Casey. No, we covered everything I wanted to cover today. Final year in veterinary school. Nice, dude. That is a soul-fulfilling profession to have. Helping animals is like the best. Don't put that on me. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's not your fault. No, the Planet Tech was the last thing I wanted to cover today. Otherwise, I think it's going to be a pretty slow week, to be honest. They probably haven't put out a This Week in Star Citizen. Nope. So I think it's going to be a pretty slow week. Not really anything to get into. What do you think we will see sooner rather than later? More missions. It's kind of funny too. Oh my God! Jesus. Right in the chest. What if that was my face? She just kicked the door open and shot. Can you please close the door? It gets too cold in here. Huh? No, I don't think I'm a fever. Just felt a little cold. I'm warm? Huh. Maybe. Yeah, I think it's gonna be more missions, which is funny because I was like, for years I've been like, We need more contracts. We need more missions. We need more things to do. The sandbox suffers, so at least give us contracts. And now it's actually starting to come in, which is nice, finally. But yeah, I think right now they're focusing on trying to flesh out the factions and the representatives of those factions and the different groups in the game. I'm hoping that also is joined by reputation focus. But in terms of gameplay, I think like the one thing we might see sooner than later would be power systems and engineering kind of stuff. Because that's already like halfway coming in, you know? And you can see they have the assets figured out at the different outposts in Pyro. There are power system linked assets and controls. Same with the space stations. We see that they're reworking that with spaceships, and we've seen some of that gameplay shown off outside of the game. So I think engineering has a good chance of being something we see sooner rather than later, but that's also like sooner, like 7-8 months kind of sooner. Yeah, player bounties need to come back. They really need to come back. What do you think the Space Patrol missions will be like? Very fitting question, Lady Space Patrol. Kind of thinking they'll be like the old missions we had where we had to fly around a ship that kept getting attacked. But this time it'll be like spread out across various locations. They used to talk about ship combat missions that had you quantum traveling to different places, so maybe they'll have you patrol like a large area around the asteroid belts or something. I haven't read a ton on the leaks for that. Lead or lead, whichever you prefer. Thank you for becoming a member on YouTube. Like a wing commander mission? Yeah, is that what they did? They just have you cover a space and then things may or may not slowly spawn over that space? I have no idea what wing commander missions looked like. Oh, okay, patrol the missions. Patrol the moons, I see. Yeah, maybe like they put you on a patrol mission and there's a slightly higher percentage you run into somebody than if you were just flying around the area. Depending on the conditions at that time. Hopefully they tie in something a little bit more interesting. Like you have to patrol around the comm array. Or they send you out to like some kind of relay area where pirates are known to be lurking kind of thing. It's not just like, oh, go to this random quantum travel spot and you show up and some pirate's like, I'm gonna kill your fucking dog.
Really?
Dang it. I hate that button. That's my censor button, but for some reason I have it set to
Really hard. Really hard.
Where was that even from? Does anybody remember where we recorded that from?
Really hard. Really hard. Really hard.
Is that like a Star Citizen Live or something? Yeah, patrol can't just be jumping around. Oh, was it from the Exodus trailer? Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not done with everything. We were going to go over Marathon. This isn't Star Citizen, but it is something that has really interested me throughout my life because it was kind of the game that was there. It was, this was like the game that always existed before Halo, right? Bungie made Marathon before Halo, and then they took on Halo, and then they went from Halo to Destiny. Now they're coming back to Marathon. But I never really knew what Marathon was. I always just used the emblem for my Spartan in Halo 1, and I enjoyed the idea of another game. I had no idea what Marathon was, though, so I'm excited to see them finally bringing it in. And it's an FPS game, for anybody who's wondering. I know we just jumped from, like, Space Sim to PvP FPS game real quick, but Bungie is a company that I have nostalgia for. And if they're bringing out a new shooter, I think there is a possibility that maybe this is actually a game that I really dive into. Maybe this is something that we can play on the Discord, because Halo hasn't really had a great few years. So I don't know what this is going to look like. I've only ever read about it. I only know the lore, never seen a trailer. Let's see what Marathon's looking like in the new age. Okay, is this Blur? Who made this? Or no, not Blur. This looks like the same studio that made that video in the new Love, Death, and Robots episode. Written and directed by, produced by Sergio Jimenez, made by Pinkman TV. Who is this? Oh, that's sketchy. Agora. Agora, what is this, a studio? Park Life? Is it the same group? Okay, yeah, see, look, Agora Studio, animated short films. Yep, here it is. Pinkman.tv. Yeah. Wow. Animation studios just all over the place nowadays. Love, Death, and Robots has really put a lot of studios in the limelight. Oh, come on. Don't do that. Okay. So things are not going well for these people, it seems.
I met a traveler from an antique land who said, two vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them, on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that it sought to well those passions red which yet survive. Stamped on these lifeless things, the hand that mocked them, lifeless and the heart that fed.
So, kind of post-apocalyptic, I'm getting. Hey, look, they're looting. Look, guys, it's loot.
Welcome once again. Once again. How's the new shell? How's the new shell feeling?
I mean, it feels just like what it is, right? Like $1 trillion. Like $1 trillion.
Sakaguchi Genetics sent a reminder. Your shell repayment is coming up and will be charged against your line of credit.
Yeah, I know. Do you mind if we skip the formalities this time? Got a big contract waiting down there, so.
Understood. Let's proceed with your grounding exercise. Are you familiar with this item?
That's my lucky charm.
Some cyberpunk vibes.
Yeah. It's supposed to be my lucky charm.
the whole high-tech low society. Oh, is that the same voice actor from 2077? Hold on a second. UESC. I thought that said UNSC for a second, and I was gonna be like, Bungie, are you tying in?
Can you identify her?
Yeah, that's my mom. That's your mother, your mother.
Now, consider this. Do you recognize this child?
Who are you? I don't know.
Yeah, this is definitely giving the whole extraction battle royale kind of like you're going as a different character every time. Hey, you know what this sounds like? I've died 1,000 times. I'm just respawning my medical nursa.
It's you.
What? Really?
Hey, what's that you're always tuned into? Worth anything?
Animal, but I like it. It speaks to me.
Let me listen.
Yeah, go ahead.
You ever wonder what happened to these people?
I like the lore they're building for it. It's interesting.
It's not my business.
And this music is. You'll have a tough time finding a buyer.
Good. It's not for sale. Give it to me.
Oh, you're never gonna get it back now, dude. This feels so much like that episode of Love, Death, and Robots. Definitely a very, this video is a, more to fill out the world. Ooh. Oy. Ouch. Okay. Still gotta plug in my neck Altoid.
Pedestal, these words appear. My name is Ozymandias.
Ah, okay, so this is the girl from the beginning because that's her leg thing. So both her and her mom are now dead.
My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remain. Nothing beside remain.
Oh,
Colossal wreck.
Dude, you're not supposed to just stand still. You gotta wiggle, like duck and stuff while you're looting, so they can't do that to you. Come on. I don't even play the games, and I know that.
Level sands stretch far away.
All for the neck Altoid. Uh-oh. Oh.
Do you recognize this child?
I don't know. Is that me?
So all these pictures are the same. Definitely get an altered carbon kind of vibe. Yeah, Ghost in the Shell, sort of. Maybe you sold your mind into constant battle in games. Dystopian vibes for sure. It's very disappointing to see something like this and know it's not a narrative-focused game. Like, this is all backdrop for a multiplayer game, which is cool. We need good multiplayer games, but also it sounds like a really interesting world and situation. All right, I haven't seen gameplay. Have they shown... Okay, this is alpha gameplay. Here's a gameplay overview trailer. Let's see what this is. So loud. That must have been the most basic sniper reticule I've ever seen. Actually, it reminded me of the Halo 1 sniper reticule.
Marathon is a team-based extraction shooter set around the mysterious and cutthroat world of Tau Ceti 4. You are a runner, a cybernetic mercenary who's given up their human form for a biosynthetic shell with unique abilities and stats, capable of both tactical and fast-paced combat. Here you'll fight in a crew of up to 3 players across a variety of zones and points of interest. You'll face rival runners in zones of up to 18 players, countless security forces, and otherworldly threats, to scavenge the remains of a lost colony for glory and fortune. The environments of Tau Ceti 4 are filled with weapons, materials, and equipment you can scavenge throughout the map.
You know what would be great is if they could make games like this play a little bit more like Death Stranding, where there was a multiplayer element to it, but you could still play it alone and interact with those elements. If there's one thing I've always loved about Bungie, it was their ability to build a really interesting world. I hope that this game gives us the ability to do that at our own pace, but I don't see how that'd be possible in an extraction shooter.
Before deploying, you'll strategically build your loadout and select a runner to ensure you're equipped for the run ahead.
Like, Bungie always makes an interesting world.
Your objective is simple.
I appreciate that.
Get in, gather as much loot as you can, and make it out alive. Die, and all your gear will be up for grabs. Survive, and your loot can be taken into future runs as you grow in power and fill your vault. Death is inevitable.
Did that say the Burt SMG?
And fill your vault.
The Burt SMG. Good lord.
Death is inevitable, but it's never the end. Think quickly on your feet and outplay your opponents, and in your next run, you and your teammates will be the ones coming out on top. And even if you're down on your luck, factions can sponsor you with a fresh loadout, so you can get right back into the fight. Bungie brings its best-in-class first-person multiplayer action to the forefront. Dynamic and tactile gunplay, runners with unique playstyles, and customizable builds create highly dynamic and strategic team fights. Whether you're on a zero-to-hero run or high-rolling with powerful gear, you'll need to use your best judgment when you decide which fights to pick and how. Because no matter how geared you are, players with skill and strategy will always have the edge. Marathon is designed to be played in crews, with contextual pings, shared objectives, and down but not out. to streamline playing with your friends. Death is not the end.
You know, it looks very samey as other extraction shooters. I understand where people are coming from when they say dead on arrival, stuff like that. But Bungie is Bungie. Granted, these companies change a lot over time. I don't actually know how much of Bungie is still Bungie from like Destiny 1 days or even Halo days, but it's a fairly solid company. I think they just have made some pretty bad mistakes in terms of their monetization kind of and their release method of their expansions. I'm not huge into Bungie. You got to talk to Abdi about that. He's my Destiny, my eye into the Destiny world. But if they can get this gameplay snappy and they can make these things feel good, I think there's always room for competition in a space like this. There's always going to be more and more trying to pile in, and there will only be room for so many of them. But Bungie could corner it. I don't know what all of the different details and stuff behind this is. I can't even tell from the gameplay, to be honest. I'm not an extraction shooter person, so I'm probably not going to have the best insight on it. It is a weird change from the other games they've made. It feels like it's kind of following the trend for sure, compared to what I would expect Bungie to be doing. But again, might be a different company. Pay-to-play PvP games are a real tough sell. Is it pay-to-play? I don't know what the monetization of this is. We don't really need more single-player games or extraction shooters either. I think we could always have more. Let the best come out on top. If there are too many, I just won't play the other ones, but no reason not to have choices. The mistake was not leaning into what they are best at and letting us explore a world. They're very good at that. That's what I've always known Bungie for. Wouldn't mind a Medal of Honor. Oh, God, I love that series. Is it what the cool kids want to play? A move that's years too late. It does feel too late. Like they started the development of this like 7-8 years ago with the plans to release this, or maybe not even that, maybe 2018 or something. Let's see. When did Marathon, I'm guessing it's coming out next year, start development? Is it coming out this year? Actually, if they're showing this much gameplay, it's probably coming out this year. 2023? There's no way. Announced in May 2023. It's like there's no way they just developed this whole game in 3 years. Yeah, who knows? Who knows when they wanted this to come out?
And if you're the last one standing, you can overcome the odds to revive your teammates and get out with your hard-earned loot. And if you believe your skills alone are enough to conquer any challenge, we give you the freedom to opt out of crew fill to take all the glory for yourself as a solo runner. No 2 runs in Marathon.
Wait, what? Are they saying you can kill your own team to finish the match? Did I hear that wrong?
And if you believe your skills alone are enough to conquer any challenge, we give you the freedom to opt out of crew fill to take...
Oh, I see. It basically, you don't have to revive everybody to get out kind of thing. You can just go it alone. Right, because he's killing the other team, not his team. I was about to say that. You get a sack. What? What is that? I heard that wrong. They haven't made a great game since Halo Reach, in your opinion? I think Destiny was awesome. I don't think it had everything it needed to be a great game, but I stopped playing it like a year into when it was released. But I like what I played. I just didn't really want to play it because all of the exclusive content kept releasing on PlayStation, and I wasn't buying it. You can queue solo. Okay. All these freaking whippersnapper words that they use, I can't keep up with the kids these days. Roasting Bungie for Marathon, they pretty much say it's dead on arrival for what they are charging for it in comparison to the competition, which is free to play. What are they charging for this? 70? Yeah, it's an extraction shooter.
Take all the glory for yourself as a solo runner. No 2 runs in Marathon ever play out the same, with dynamic events, variable weather, and unpredictable players, you'll have to adapt on the fly if you want to survive. Each run has a time limit, and anything can happen while you're chasing your objective. Looking to unlock upgrades or increase your faction reputation? Slip into the shadows as Void and ghost past your enemies. Search the map for rare materials and profit opportunities without being discovered. Want to push enemy teams and steal their loot? Bring in Glitch with agility implant and your strongest weapons to disrupt rival crews. Running support for your friends? Grab extra equipment, shield charges, and a specialized backpack to be the lifeline they need.
I like that.
You're always free to experiment with team compositions, and the only limit to how you want to play your runner is your loot and imagination. Endgame challenges, ranked play, discovering secrets, seasonal storytelling, community events, and more all await you in Season 1, where you and your friends will start to unravel the mysteries of Tau Ceti 4. Remember, you're only ever one run away from your next big score.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not an extraction shooter player. There's plenty of people who are talking about why this will or will not work in the long run. But Bungie can do decent work. I'd like to see where this goes. Doesn't mean I'm picking it up. But if companies didn't make stuff just because the trend had passed, then we wouldn't have some great games. 8Tract has a great point. You got to be unique. Maybe this is, maybe this isn't. You don't have to be as unique if you do hit the trend, but they've kind of missed it. So they're going to have to do something to sell people on the idea. We'll have to see what that is. But if they're charging money, it's going to be a hard sell because it's expensive to game these days and not many people have as much money as they used to. Let us now take a look at another great freaking game that I've been following for a while. Let's see. Courtesy of Certified Gumbo, my man, thank you for passing me this link. So, there's a game that I've been following for a little while called Falling Frontier. It is an RTS game, and it focuses on kind of like realistic space battle physics, the timing of ballistics flying through space, the logistics of picking up your lost crew after they've been their ship's been destroyed, their escape pods. This is a very tactile feeling real-time strategy game that takes place in a space that kind of is reminiscent of maybe what you would expect if you took The Expanse and threw it forward not that far, maybe like 100 years, and then made it into real-time strategy. So I don't know what this video is. Looks like it's all text-based. Let's see. Might just be lore. It's currently unlisted, so you can't really just watch it, but we'll go with the link. For over a century, unchecked conflict ruled over the solar system. Earth, the old home, held its spaceborne descendants in a stranglehold. When all limits were broken, when all other options were exhausted, Mars and Titan and their allies struck against their once home, against their tormentor. Their weapons were simple and brutal. Earth is no more. Yikes, 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 yikes. There was no true winner. An age of strife and hardship began, but spacers are hardy, and they persevered. An armistice was signed, a promise of lasting peace. They rebuilt what was lost. As prosperity returned, ambition followed. The Belt, a key economic region of the new humanity, is in turmoil. Power games are being played, and the old promise is broken. Forced into a difficult conflict in the Belt, Titan is in a dangerous position. Its main fleet is away. The home front is unguarded. Saturn's space finds itself under more threats with each passing day. The reserve fleet, once disbanded, is being reactivated to protect Titan and its domestic allies. Read that one a little too fast, my bad. Titan calls you back into service. Protect her interests. Welcome back, Commodore. Commodore. So the year is 2545, and you kind of get a vibe of what the game looks like already. It's a little bit 3D, it feels a little more immersive, and it has one of the coolest mapping systems I've ever seen. We'll watch another video here in a second to see more gameplay. So that's just, I mean, it looks like that was just literally the intro of the game, or a mission maybe, and it's just on there and being shared around. Not sure that was supposed to be an official launch. But what I've gotten over these last few years, this game's been delayed a couple times. It's become much more focused on the story and explaining your way through the game, as opposed to it just being like an RTS where you get into the game and fight. If you go back to these earlier videos, the trailers are all just about what's going on in the game, the features that are functioning and how they work. Yeah, this could take a lot of fire from Homeworld, I'm hearing. I didn't play Homeworld, but I hear its style is a bit like this. So as you got further on in the development, we started to get more trailers that were a bit more like telling us the story of what's actually going on, what this is all about. Again, a very tactile RTS game. You have to pay attention to everything that's on the screen. The rocks block your shots. The ships have escape pods you have to pick up. Transportation goes through physical transportation. Why did it look like that ship just belly flopped on the asteroid? Okay, jumping forward again, a couple more years. We'll actually go into last year. These trailers really start to hit the vibes. And we also get to see the new map. Oh my god, this game has like the coolest freaking map.
Is it confirmed? Yes, it's confirmed. Fourth Fleet is engaged in operations around Jupiter.
Well, who else is there?
The Caligula and Richmond.
Okay, patch me in.
Caligula, this is Comsat Fleet, over. This is Caligula, roger, over. This is Comsat Fleet. Thea holds contact with probable Martian task force in vicinity of Saturn. Coordinates 4383, Mark 231, course unknown, speed unknown, strength unknown. Caligula and Richmond are ordered to divert from rendezvous with Erebus immediately and make best speed to intercept and destroy enemy task force. Formal orders to follow, over. This is Caligula, roger. Time to intercept 1 hour, out. All hands, we have been tasked with a hunter kill order. ETA 1 hour. Prepare for
This is a World War II game? It's World War II in space. Who does that sound like? Got that flip and burn though. Yeah, it's like RTS battles happening on a 4X map. But like, there are games that do that, right? Total War does that. So this is what the gameplay is supposed to look like. And yeah, the sound design is great. So time is a really important factor. It's kind of like The Expanse in the sense that you are dealing with like seconds to minutes in how you're attacking and defending against other people. So positioning is important, orientation is important, which ships are in which part of your fleet is going to be important because they can deflect and defend against certain things. It feels a lot more like you need to take a few units that are very efficiently working together out into battle rather than just spamming a whole bunch of the same unit like you would in something like StarCraft. Yeah, inertia and timing. Feels like there's just a lot of depth to become super. This seems like the kind of RTS that could become a competitive scene if it gets big enough. But who knows? Gotta get hands on. Yikes. Yikes, he did not hit any of those missiles. Oh, only 2 of them actually hit, never mind. Yeah, but they're blocking all of his missiles. Yeah, I don't know, this ship, whoever they're fighting is pretty tough. The Caligula. But literally, if you angle your ship differently, they won't be able to hit you as well. And I don't think I've ever played an RTS where that was the case. Never did any sort of battleship style games. And here's the map. Oh, never mind. They didn't show the map. I want to show you guys the map. It's so beautiful. It's so, oh my God, it's lovely. Hold on. This might have it. Jesus. So battles can get a lot bigger, I guess. There's the map.
Possible targets online now.
You don't get to see much of it. I think the map is really cool because it has that 4X feel to it, where you're battling in different parts of this star system, and you have to figure out trade routes to the different battles because you need to keep supplying your fleets with supplies. So you're not just focusing on combat, you're focusing on, you know, logistics in a space environment around a system. It's just a really cool setup, in my opinion. Oh, I guess you can just burn a planet too. So this was mainly just to give you guys a little bit of a look at Falling Frontier. We've covered it briefly on this channel before. But it's something I've got my eye on, and I try to cover these other space games when we can, because there are plenty of choices for players right now in development, and we should be excited for more space games. Yay! So yeah, if you guys are interested in that, I will make sure to cover it more and more on this channel as it gets closer to release, and maybe we'll do some streams with it too. But yeah, that's it for today, folks. Thank you everybody for being here for this little chat. Mondays, always good times, good talking times. Still a little sleepy from Saturday, not gonna lie, but much love to you all. Always appreciate having, wishlist it. Let them know you like it. Join the Discord maybe. Appreciate y'all being here. Good entertainment, good fun time today. Hope you got some enjoyment, some information, some entertainment out of this one. Maybe some good discussion. Would be neat if Star Citizen had battles like that when cap ships show up. Yeah. Someday, maybe, when we can get proper AI working like that. I will not be streaming till Wednesday. We will be back on Wednesday, folks, with some more gameplay. And hopefully something to be said about official information coming out about 411. That's what I'm waiting for. Otherwise, the week will be the same as always is. I'll see you on Wednesday, see you on Friday, and I think see you on Saturday too. I'm going to send you all over to Hindrosa for some good fun. Looks like he's doing Arena Commander. Go give him some energy, folks. Drop the toes in chat. Let him know the gang has arrived. Tell him where you came from. You're great people. You deserve good things. Do something you love today, folks. Eat something you love. Give somebody you love a hug. Go have a good time. Treat yourselves well. You deserve it. I'll catch you in the next one. Goodbye, everybody. Later.